ESO was getting shut down completely.
I played ESO recently because I was scared of this, but I didn't know what was in my heart. I do now is predictive things about the video game industry dying. So I went to ESO to be like, is there something worth saving? And the answer is, if you can't keep me there longer than a day, the answer is no. It never should have gone as far as it did in the first place. ESO was really good in 2015. I really enjoyed it, but I don't know, in 26? No. So they should have just stopped at like Morrowind and stop putting any more money into it. That's what Square Enix did with 11, Final Fantasy 11, and all 11 does, they call it evergreen. 11 just makes more money for them than World of Warcraft makes. I'm fairly sure 11 makes more money than World of Warcraft because it's got more dedicated players. It's got like 90,000 dedicated players that never go anywhere. And they all pay $15 or more a month, and WoW can't totally say that all the time, which is crazy. I've seen it go down to like 60,000 before. And I don't know. I'm okay with these games dying. Out with the old, in with the new shit. You know what I'm saying? What you want, what I think they want, more. What they want, and they were all screaming, go, 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 go. That's Anthrax and motherfucking, that's Anthrax and Run DMC, I think, or one of those, like a World Tour or whatever it is. I can't remember. Old Tony Hawk Pro Skater music. They all were screaming, more. Oh, there's another one. Oh no, you're going to kill me. Where are you? Gotta run. Gotta use a med kit and duck. I don't know, I'm running out of meds. Gotta let this one tick, and I don't want to get this guy shooting at me. Oh. Is he crossing to the center? He might be. Do you have meds? No. I got one. That's enough for the last guy or whatever. Oh, there he is. I know you're down there. Where the fuck are you? Oh, man, I'm out of bullets. I should not have done that. Man, I tore through a lot of bullets really fast. Maybe I die here. Maybe I shouldn't do this. I don't know. I have health. I'll just shoot him in the head. Very pointedly. Oh, ouch. There goes my heals. He'll come to me and I can just spray him. Show your face, fucko. I'm gonna med just on the assumption that I really should. Show your face, fucko. You forgot I was there or what? Oh well, it's over for all of you now. I thought they said they were going to improve this AI, but it's actually worse than it was. They didn't want this to be that hard. They want noobs to like go in the train tunnels because they know that not that many people run it unless they're trying to travel somewhere. I used to really love the train tunnels. I thought they were one of the greatest things ever made in a video game. That's how cool they are. They have a cool system of train switches, and it goes all over the island. And I was like, wait, there's like a whole world underneath the island too. And there is. There's like a whole world underneath the island. You can see it. It's like a whole linear world of dungeons. And it was such a cool idea when I first saw it. I was like, oh my god, that's so fucking awesome. When I opened the map, I was like, wait, this game is the greatest game ever made. It has a basement the same size as the game, and yes, it does. It's all dungeons, but yeah. If you call this dungeon, it's train platforms. You could call it a mini dungeon. I checked for milk crates and all that. It feels like there wasn't even a milk crate down here. This was not worth it. Oh yeah. So yeah, dump that stuff. Yeah, dump all this stuff so I have room. Okay. I went through 200 rounds really fast for one train platform. I used to be able to do like 75 or something, but this was 220. I was just spraying, fucking like just dumping spray into them. Oh, this guy had 4 meds, and that's good because that makes up for the meds I lost. Alright, let's leave. I could take a train home, right to Airfield if I wanted to. It's just right over there. It would be fun. I haven't done the train in a while. Let's go do the train, yeah. I like the train. It's fun to do. I don't have any ammo, so wait, I don't know. Getting off on the platform might not be the easiest thing. I can do it. You can jump off really easy, but it's been a while since I've done it. I could die doing that. I'll just go up and leave from outposts. It's good. About 6 rounds if somebody comes. Just gonna check the thing here.
But with half the content team gone, you have to imagine things are going to look very...
Yeah, these games aren't going to get better either. They're not going to get better. They just fired everybody at Bethesda. What's that going to do to Elder Scrolls 6? That's going to make the weird right-wing, like red pill-coated, like Skyrim nerds really angry because they all think this is about being woke, which is so dumb. It's not about woke. It's about not making good video games. Woke had nothing to do with it. They could have maybe... They might be smally, partially right in the respect that they might have changed resources up to pursue woke goals, like putting lesbians in storylines and stuff like that, just to pursue DEI or whatever. That could have taken up some money, but it didn't take up their ability to make a good game. That's the actual question here. That's the actual problem. Like the DEI, sure, you could say it was a detrifying factor or whatever. It detracted, but but what really is at stake here is they are unable to make good games. I would say Starfield is a flawed but good game, but you can't say that it's a good game. Not like Skyrim, not like Oblivion Remastered. It's just like a flawed but good game, and that's the same thing that like, you know, all the new games have been. I heard today that they're not making Avowed 2, which does not surprise me at all. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Avowed. I mean, I tried to like Avowed, but even with non-DRM on my drive where I can just play it whenever I want, it doesn't go into my rotation because that combat system was not good enough. The story wasn't good enough for how weak the combat system was. And while it was a good combat system, I admit, and I like the game, I like Avowed, I don't think it was a good game. It's a flawed but good game, you know? And it also has replayability issues because I have zero desire to fucking play it. Usually with Obsidian games, I have a burning desire to play. I even beat Pentiment. You remember? I've beaten Pentiment twice. I've beaten Pentiment twice. I give them the time. Like, I put New Vegas on this stream for like 50 hours, year one. When I was first a streamer, I did New Vegas modded for a while. Like, I believe in Obsidian, and I usually follow everything they do, but they've been making weak games. I heard today that they just announced at BioWare that they're not making another Dragon Age. I don't think so. They're not working on one, is what they said. Excuse me. They might make one, but they're not working on one. There's no Dragon Age, Inquisition 2, or whatever it's at now, or Veilguard 2, or anything like that. After the disaster that was Veilguard, they were just like, no, the market's just not there anymore. For some reason, Larian was able to catch the last bit of goodwill that we're willing to have with these developers, but I don't have any desire to play Baldur's Gate 3 at all, honestly. And that's weird because I still have a burning desire to play, like, honestly, I would like to play Neverwinter, but the game's so dated, I can't stand to play it. But I like Dungeons & Dragons enough to play it in some form, enough where I experienced this burning FOMO desire to play it. But I mean, there's no good current Dungeons & Dragons game on the market, not even BG3, because BG3's combat fucking sucks. I don't like Larian combat. Never said I did. I don't like Larian combat. That fucking camera makes me fucking sick, frankly. and how finite the fucking how final the combat is. If you miss anything at all, I just don't believe in combat like that. I'm an auto swing guy. If you miss anything at all, you fucking die. Oh no, he slept the mage, but I was like smoking weed or something and I missed it. So then as you look over and your mage has slept, and it's like, well, but wait, the mage is the only AoE damage left, and there's like 15 goblins. If he can't AoE, we're gonna die. All 15 goblins are going to swing next turn and kill all 4 of us. What the fuck? Like that'll leave the mage alive. That's it. And I don't like finite RPG stuff like that. I never really. I like live action crowd control. Like sheep the shaman, hex the mage, and sap the warrior. We're gonna kill the lock's pet first, and then the lock. Right? I like that sort of stuff. But I mean, it was only fun for about a year, way back in Classic, before we just edited it out of the whole WoW experience and started pulling packs anyways. So I mean, it was fun for about a year. I'm like, the purist in me wants to point out that I do love crowd control and I'm good at it. Like as a WoW raider, as our WoW guild raid leader, I'm very good at marking targets very fucking quickly. I put them on my numpad: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Skull, X, moon, blue square, nipple, all that stuff, right? And I go popping targets all over raid targets. I did that all the way up until the end of Kata. I did it from the end of Wrath until Kata. What's after Wrath? It's Kata. Yeah, I mean, I only did it for 2 expansions, but I used to be a fucking raid leader that was a fucking beast at marking targets. I'm good at it, and I appreciate that sort of gameplay. You can do it in EVE Online. Like right now, if I wanted to target this thing and give it a number key, I can give it a number key and they see a target. I think. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. But I can number this infrastructure hub on our targets to show, like, tag item is 1. Yeah, sorry, but no, it won't let me tag this. But if it was a mob, I could. Now, I like crowd control, but we have edited it out of modern gaming since 2012 or something like that. So I'm just like, no, I don't want you slowing me down in the action combat. Like, New World was a really good game in a lot of ways because the action combat was mindless. Was that my kitty? Is that my kitty that I hear? Nope. Okay, just checking. And yeah, I need the combat to be mindless. There's all these things that I want from these developers. I felt that way about Starfield. I felt that the Starfield combat was fairly mindless, which I actually really like. I like the Starfield combat quite a lot. I miss it all the time. I'm like, I want to go back and play Starfield, but the problem is I need Starfield to stretch for another 3 to 5 years until Elder Scrolls 6 lands. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be like 5 years. We seem to think that this is coming in 27, but no, I'd wager 29 or something like that. They're not ready. I can tell that they aren't. They can see that the industry is dying, so they're terrified to release their evergreen content, which is Elder Scrolls. They're terrified to do it when either the software or the hardware isn't sufficient for what they dream to do, or whatever it is. And I bet, all the nerds on YouTube have been saying, please don't make it a procedural game like Daggerfall. Please don't do that. But I mean, I need them to do that, or I will never play their games ever again. If they don't make it like Starfield, I'm not playing their game ever again. I'm that guy that they built that game for, and I like that game. You know what I'm saying? And it's because it's never the same thing when you play it. It's never, ever the same thing. I like procedural. I always have. I like procedural sandboxes. Look at the games I'm playing. X4 Foundations. It's fucking the best single player procedural sandbox. Rust, the best multiplayer sandbox. And then EVE Online, the best military sim sandbox, like procedurally generated sandbox. And so you can see that I'm the procedurally generated guy. My fear is that all the devs are playing the same games that I am. Like I heard that fucking Phil Spencer, the guy that they replaced with Ashish Sharma at Xbox, right? That guy has like 10,000 hours on Fallout 76. Now that doesn't surprise. He's got like a level 10,000 or something. It's insane, and I've seen it before. And that guy likes Fallout 76. Now he bought Bethesda so he could play 76 essentially. It's insane. He kind of did that, and I think they should include 76 with Microsoft Windows, kind of like Solitaire, because it's that solid of a fucking game. It plays well. It's not buggy anymore at all. So, like, I don't know. And I think it is Microsoft Evergreen content that should be given to the public for free, kind of like Minecraft. Minecraft should have been given to the public for free, but you still have to pay for it, which is fucking stupid. They made all their billions of dollars off of it. Fucking make it free and make it like downloadable on Microsoft fucking the Microsoft store, like right now. Like right now, just free. Minecraft should be free. Rust should be free after 15 years. I think EVE Online is free. You can play EVE Online just fine in alpha for a long time, if not your whole fucking career. I like free. I think if the game is truly good, you can give it away for free. Oh no! What are you doing? No! Do not kill me. Where am I? A little too close to outpost. They could have killed me, but they didn't. It's a stop sign.
Very different going forward. This one in particular comes as a shock to me because for years we heard how ESO was one of the profitable aspects of Zen.
Yeah, they always said like ESO makes so much money. Why? Because all that gacha. Yeah, great fucking thing. Getting all those kids addicted to fucking gacha. Good job, Bethesda and ZeniMax. Good job. You know what I'm saying? Same with 76. I think you got a whole generation of kids fucking addicted to skins, just like Fortnite, and it's just another way to get kids to fucking gamble in their prediction markets. It's fucking stupid. It's all some right-wing grift. It's fucking dumb.
Max. I'm not sure if things have just fundamentally changed at the company, but I was really shocked to see so many layoffs at this game. Arcane Lion, who's working on Blade, is being sold or shut down or something. We don't know exactly what yet. Microsoft has to get through the French labor law, so it's going to take a long.
So Arcane was dismantled, and I think it's now probably the right time to buy Prey. Let's go see if it's for sale on the summer sale. I think the summer sale ends like today, and I need to be like actually watch that. Is the summer sale still going? No, the summer sale ended. Of course. Oh, I don't know. No, maybe it's still going. I don't know. Let's go see what Prey Mooncrash is right now. I've been wanting to buy Mooncrash because it's like Prey Mooncrash is $20. They're not offering anything. It's unfortunate. Prey's a good game. I don't think it's as good as Abiotic Factor.
Longer for a decision to come through here. Tom Warren of The Verge reports that
maybe I should play Abiotic Factor, although I think
Arcane
I've got an older version now, and I should get a newer one.
Is currently working on Blade under Xbox management, but the project has been delayed and is running over budget. And basically it seems like that if Blade and Arcane survive this whole thing, it's not going to remain a Bethesda or Xbox studio. Arcane will likely be sold, or hey, maybe even end up going indie, and of course that means Blade will be releasing for somebody else. And even when
I don't want Blade. I don't want your Marvel. I don't want your DC universes from 50 years ago. I want new shit. I don't want this old ass fucking dinosaur, fucking diapers dinosaur. Like, why should kids be into the shit that their grandfathers were into? The fuck is that, man? Seriously. any kid alive today that likes Marvel, I guarantee their fucking grandfathers did too. And that's fucking sad. That's fucking sad. Do new shit. You fucking thieves. You're Thievery Corporation junk artists. Like Junk Artists Thievery Corporation thieves. I don't like it. Make new shit like Starfield. Everybody was like, no, Starfield sucks. At least it's new.
Golden Boy with Bethesda Game
I mean,
Studios.
it's not new. It's just fucking Skyrim with guns in space. It's not new. It's the same old Bethesda formula with a spaceship and guns, and like competent guns as opposed to crappy Fallout weapons.
Was massively impacted by these layoffs. Reportedly, 60 people across 4 studios were let go, including a major chunk of the Fallout 76 team and even a great community manager. I met and worked with Jess in the past, and she was a massive community resource. A bunch of the positive changes came from her reading and listening to your feedback. And I mean, yes, many of the people who were posting some of the shitty things online, she was the one reading and dealing with that and actually trying to get those changes implemented. I am genuinely baffled as to why she was let go from Bethesda, as they seemingly have some giant games on the horizon and would need a talented community manager with very relevant experience. But either way, yeah, even Bethesda Game Studios lost quite a few people, and this isn't exclusive to Fallout 76. Some of the layoffs impact those working on the Elder
no, did they lay off 76?
Scrolls 6 and some of the other titles.
I might have to look into the 76 community now. Oh god. See, all of this stuff, it's all boiling to a head, and if we don't like revolutionize America, we're gonna lose it all. We're gonna lose American media. And that's our heart and soul. Hollywood and fucking music and fucking video games and television. That's our fucking heart and soul. It really is. It sucks. And it's not all of our hearts and souls, but it's most of our people really love that stuff. And it's all fallen to the fucking curb because we just let this fucking terrible, hail to the, we just hailed to the thief. We shouldn't have hailed to the thief.
And this might even have some impacts beyond just Bethesda Game Studios. A lot of the Fallout 76 content was coming from Double 11, and you probably know about that.
Look how much better 76 looks than Fallout 4. Sorry, but it just does. It looks so much better to me. The frames, for one thing, the frames are locked to 60 in Fallout 4 unless you turn off the iPresent interval. And you can do that in Fallout 76, and you get really high frames, like 240 frames and shit. And it's really beautiful compared to crappy ass Fallout 4, which was capped to 30 frames on the PS4 or whatever. So
notably hired several former Fallout 4 modders who worked on.
I'm sure the new Xbox XS version that Bethesda's been working on for 3 years actually does play at a decent frame rate, probably 120 or something.
The Fallout 3 remake mod in the past. The senior producer.
I mean, is anybody gonna play Fallout? I guess there is some Fallout 4 fans like that had like got the new Xbox and want to play the fucking Fallout 4. I'm sure there is.
At Bethesda Game Studios who oversaw the release.
I watched a kid pull 38 kills on a controller on Fortnite this morning. Guy named I forgot his name now. Something, I don't know, it's gone. But 38 kills with a controller. He was doing solo in squads, and I was inspired. But I was just like, Jesus, controller is actually maybe easier than mouse because you don't actually have to aim. I don't think. You just tilt your stick and then you start shooting, and if you have the right stick settings and the right auto aim, you just kill your target. It's very easy to aim, and I forgot how good controller auto aim actually is, and they let that shit go. They let controller have auto aim.
Relationship between Bethesda and Double 11 was let go in these layoffs.
My friends Cloud Candy and Chris Stryker, they were playing on controllers that I got them, and and they were doing great. They were doing maybe better than me. They were really, really genuinely good. They were controller kids. She was doing better than me, definitely.
I'm not totally sure what that means for
She was definitely better than me at Fortnite, I would say.
Double 11 relationship with
which makes her like regional champion level or something like that. She is in Black Ops 3. Yeah, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2. She was a Black Ops 2 regional champion.
Fallout 76, but that obviously doesn't
That's way further than I've ever gone.
seem good. And in general, I don't know.
Well, no, that's not true. 4,000 follows on Twitch is further than regional champion on it is 4,000 follows on Twitch is far further than regional champion on Black Ops 2.
I don't know what this means for Fallout 76 in the future. The game's biggest problem was always a lack of content, and now
4,000 videos on YouTube, all of them video games and stuff. That's a greater achievement than regional champion on Fallout on some game from 15 years ago.
sort of like ESO, it's just gonna have way less developers and obviously get notably less content. Which
But I put her above me in that respect, and I chased her for a long time because of that. Because I was like, oh my god, it's a gamer girl that is the most attractive girl on the planet, maybe. And she also has skill. She's like a better Fortnite player than me. And I chased her because of that. But these days, I begin to wonder, maybe I'm the better player.
does feel insane with
Maybe I'm always the better player than everybody. I don't know. The ego of a lot of Fortnite wins goes to your fucking head. Like a lot of Fortnite wins. I don't know what I'm at now. It's got to be, I don't know, 1,200. I don't know, and I'm really trying to nail my best guess. I think it's 1,200, something like that's insane. When you get that fucking far, when I first joined Fortnite, I looked at the leaderboard, and Ninja was in the top 10, and I'd heard his name, so I looked him up, because I came to the game late, of season, I don't know, 6 or, I don't even remember, 3? I really don't remember. It was still Boney Burbs. Boney Burbs was there for like 2 years. It was that season. And I looked at the leaderboard, and Ninja was sitting at 2,700 wins, and that was the top in the world, right? That was back then. And I'm now sitting at 1,200, and so you get that ego. I have this ego now where I'm like, I don't know if she has 1,200 wins like me. I don't know.
Fallout 76 in particular, but also kind
I think she maybe quit Fortnite, but I don't totally know.
of ESO. Like, obviously we need more Fallout games, but Fallout Season 3 literally just started filming. That's probably coming out next summer. I just can't really see a world.
I don't want to see Fallout Season 3. I think it's the Rings of Power, and I don't think it's going to stay good. I don't know. I haven't seen Season 2 yet, and I should hold my tongue, maybe. I don't know. Everybody loved Fallout Season 1, and I tried to like it, but I didn't think I thought it was kind of hackneyed a bit. I'll just be honest. It was a little hackneyed. It kind of bothered me a little bit. Okay, so I need bullets. There we go. And I have to go out there and find me some sulfur because I'm out of bullets. Oh no, there's some sulfur and some GP. A little tiny bit. Haven't got any more sulfur here. I'm going to run through the drawers and see if there's any sitting there. No. So, sulfur, GP, metal frags, and I will produce bullets. Pistol bullets, 17 times 4 is good. That gets me back up to where I can kill things. And we will put some sulfur and some metal ore in the oh, I was looking for wood. Yeah, oops. And yeah, we'll put sulfur and wood in here to burn. Put all that stuff away. I have so much cloth. I have so much cloth. I have so much cloth. I have more high qual, which is good. That's more base time. 11 days. Which is, pretty good. So, get some candy. Do you like candy? Bubblegum taffy. Okay, so
where investing in Fallout 76 with additional content doesn't make sense. It was the only Fallout game
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to make 76 any bigger than it currently is.
actively getting content for a long time
I think they should add stuff to what's there
to support the player base.
I don't think I'm against walking sim now, and there's so much walking sim in these survival games. Use what you already have.
And the same is true with ESO. Obviously, the Elder Scrolls
like Rust
isn't here
expanded to the deep sea. I don't know if it needed to do that. I think it should have just stretched the 4 more boxes and let us live out in the deep sea. I don't know. Like, I don't think the deep sea was necessary, unfortunately.
It likely isn't even going to be coming next year. Why are we cutting down support for the one Elder Scrolls game still getting content? Were the financials or returns really that bad? That's definitely not what we've heard in the past. And frankly, some of those numbers wouldn't have even been there because the new seasonal model is only just launching this week, so they don't exactly know the revenue numbers for this free aspect. When it comes to Fallout 76, I don't know if that game's just going to be shutting down now, but the layoffs here will definitely be felt. And that is what—
Oh no, 76 is going to get dinged the worst, of course.
one of the biggest things
The one I like.
from the Bethesda layoffs overall. A ton of the people that were let go are incredibly experienced. It's not like this was a bunch of new hires or new studio openings.
No.
I don't want to post individuals specifically, but you could find a ton of this on LinkedIn. There are even lists of people who were let go going around, and many of these are people who are working at the various Bethesda studios for over a decade, or some even multiple decades. These people were cornerstones of the development processes, or even the community and community interactions. There is centuries of knowledge being drained from Bethesda as a result of
I still want to do a Fallout 4 no VATS run.
all of this. Some of this is technical know-how.
It's hard, like Legendary, but it's so walking simmy. It takes so much time, and plus you have to like mod your copy. I own Fallout 4 on GOG. And I could download it there and mod it for 120 frames per second. It would be fun to play a Fallout game that isn't 76. You know, there's content in 4 that I haven't seen, like Far Harbor. I haven't seen Far Harbor yet. And I could play it without VATS, which on Legendary, which would be fucking difficult. It would have to be like a melee build, but yes, it would be fucking difficult. Don't know. That sounds fun to me. I don't know. I might do it.
How, particularly on the id side,
No mods, right? Yeah, no.
but also
mods.
just some general game dev experience is being lost here, and it's not ever going to
You
be
can't mod these games anymore, anyways.
coming back.
They
But
broke SKSE on all the games, so you can't mod these games.
Bethesda's getting a permanent reduction
You can mod the games, like the stuff that's in the Bethesda store, the Creation store. You can't mod the game on Nexus because SKSE doesn't exist anymore. They say it does. It doesn't exist. You have to backwards decompatible. You have to like devolve your game edition to a particular version, which is really difficult to do. You have to have that version of the game, which is difficult to do. And then you can mod again off Nexus with SKSE. I don't know why Bethesda did that. It's just another nail in their own foot.
in size, and with how
They remind me of the Wet Bandits from Home Alone. They're that goddamn dumb.
bleak things
They're
are
also that greedy.
looking in the gaming industry, you have to imagine some of these people are just going to exit it completely. Bethesda as a company is going to be permanently changed as a result
They're
of
constantly stepping on, like tree ornaments when they're barefoot, and like, stepping on nails when they're barefoot and stuff. It's so bad, and they're like trying to get up the stairs, but Kevin Malone keeps. Like the public is Kevin Malone, and the public keeps knocking them down the stairs with like pans and stuff. It's quite funny. Bethesda is actually like the Wet Bandits from Home Alone. They're that greedy and that dumb, and they constantly step on nails and step on ornaments and fall down stairs and get hit with paint cans on strings and stuff. They're that so dumb. The public savages Bethesda all the time. The public is so mean to Bethesda. I watched the negative reviews on both 76 and Starfield for like 7 years, and I know now how fucking mean the public actually is to Bethesda. But I mean, they come on kind of like the Wet Bandits, so nobody cares. Nobody cares to ruin Bethesda. They don't care to pull the punches. Everybody takes shots at Bethesda. I do it. I do it all the time.
Of the talent loss here. I've seen a bunch of people saying
That's a no VATS run that guy's doing in Fallout 4, and it does look fun.
Like, hey, they definitely should have lost their jobs.
Because any looter shooter that gives me damage numbers is great. You know, it's fucking great.
They haven't even had a new Elder Scrolls game, or they made Starfield. But no, it really wasn't those people. Like, yeah, some of them, but many of those people actually still are at Bethesda. The vast majority of the jobs lost here were from people who were releasing content under Bethesda's umbrella. And while I am largely focusing on Bethesda for this video, it's definitely not just them. Kotaku reports that 60 to 70 people, or about 25% of Obsidian, were let go. One individual told me that employees who will remain at the studio have not yet received formal guidance on how their existing projects can continue with so many staff members missing, particularly given what they characterized as a huge list of projects in the works at the studio in the coming months. And a very important detail of all of this is, it isn't over yet. Only half of the layoffs have actually occurred so far. The rest will happen at some point over the next year, which is Xbox's fiscal year 2027. The fiscal year only just began this week, so we technically have the full year ahead for these additional layoffs to occur. But this means even people who are safe aren't necessarily safe. Part of this is going to be the 4/5 studio departures that are happening. I'm not going to dive too deeply into these here, but you can see what's going on, and an additional 350 jobs will be lost as a result of this. But even after that, that still means there are 1,250 people who are going to lose their jobs at Xbox at some point this year. And like, can you imagine that? Can you imagine having to go to work tomorrow and really create a game under these conditions? Like, making a game isn't just chugging away at a spreadsheet. There is an art element to game creation. And being in fear that your job might just disappear one day after a bunch of other people potentially working with you also just lost their job, and having this fear just sort of loom potentially for a full year is crazy to me. You just have to imagine that this is going to have an impact on game development at Xbox's studios overall. I've seen a ton of celebration that, well, Xbox didn't close any studios or no games were canceled as a result of all of this. And well, yeah, that's definitely good, particularly within Bethesda. Several studios were effectively gutted and are shells of their former self now. So yeah, while technically true, it doesn't really paint the picture in the most accurate reality. I think for some of these studios,
Fallout 4's combat sucks too. It's always so easy to forget.
Under Xbox, they're never going to make their own games ever again. They're just forced to be helping other people now. And again, these layoffs aren't over. Although, as brutal as these layoffs are, it really does seem like change of direction was needed at Xbox. And change of direction is definitely coming to Bethesda. That has been made clear through several memos now. As a part of this layoff and Xbox reset news, Asha Sharma posted her internal company email directly on Twitter, which I do appreciate. She's trying to communicate directly with some of the fans rather than having to jump through someone leaking it to IGN and then us all reading it that way anyway. And in this letter, she does detail massive problems at Xbox. Our business today is not healthy. We're operating at margins that are 3 to 10 times lower than comparable platform and publishing businesses. We entered Gen 9 with a smaller install base and a higher cost structure. To grow, we bet on Game Pass, multi-platform, and a broader portfolio of content. While those businesses have created meaningful value, they did not grow at the pace we expected. As that happened, our core business weakened. We added more teams, more investment, and more time, hoping for a better outcome. And now, the industry is facing the most severe hardware crisis in its history. We must reset Xbox. And yeah, that kind of is an accurate take on things, at least to me. A lot of what happened, what got Xbox in this situation, was a result of the decisions of Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond. Asha Sharma only stepped up this year. We heard just last month that Xbox was operating at a 3% profit margin, which is horrific. To put that into perspective, you would be better off just investing your money in the stock market for a hypothetical 7% return, instead of actually operating as a business as Xbox, where you only get a 3% return. And Asha Sharma gives more color on just how bad things were financially. In a typical year, we lost 64 cents on every dollar we invested. As we reset Xbox, we will help independent creators succeed by providing open development tools and audiences to realize their vision. And to put those numbers into perspective, Xbox overall was making a 3% profit in a year for all of their business activities. But as far as actually taking some of their extra money they earned and then investing it back into their business, they were just straight up losing money on those investments. They would take a $100 investment and only get $86 back at the end of the year. And the next sentence is a clue as to where some of the money actually was being made at Xbox, because new investments weren't it. It really seems like it was creators. When Asha Sharma says independent creators there, she's not only talking about indie game devs, but also people making content for games like Minecraft, The Elder Scrolls, and soon Sea of Thieves. This is a big part of her upcoming strategy. Earlier this year, Asha Sharma talked about elevating creator-centric platforms, with The Elder Scrolls being mentioned as one of them. That's paid mods, and Asha is reiterating that here. I have to imagine that Minecraft was quite profitable on the creator side from selling all of this content on the marketplace. So she wants more of that, and some of that's going to come via the Elder Scrolls. But a bunch of other Xbox problems are described, such as having to pass through 14 layers of management at times, but Asha wants to significantly cut that down. Although we also start to hear some color on how Bethesda will be changing, what the new company is going to look like after all of these cuts. We're also making reductions across other units, and in some cases shifting investment to focus on higher priority.
For some reason, when I did all this, it just put it in this Tristan's inventory, which is so stupid. Mimitar frigate, Hornet 1's glorification, Enforcer destroyer skill crate, Galente destroyer, Rapture boosters, and Overclocker boosters. I'm going to consume all of them. And then I guess I'll just lose these things. Anybody can join, but nobody's playing Borderlands. It's fine.
Projects. And that really seems to be the big new direction of Bethesda. Jason Schreier of Bloomberg reports that ZeniMax will face a significant overhaul and will pivot to focus on its biggest franchises: Fallout, The Elder Scrolls, Doom, Quake, and Wolfenstein. And this was clarified even further via an internal memo from Jill Braff. She's the head of Bethesda overall and only stepped up after Starfield, with her internal messaging being shared by IGN. The intent behind today's announced changes is consistent with the broader direction for Xbox, creating greater focus, improving execution, and positioning our business for long-term success. To best position Bethesda for future growth, we are shifting from a planning model primarily centered on what's next for each independent studio to one that focuses on our strongest franchises and determining the content roadmap that best serves our players and Bethesda as a whole. By working more closely across the organization, sharing expertise and capabilities, and focusing our investment on the opportunities with the greatest potential, we believe we can support our franchises and IP with meaningful long-term potential. So what this all means is, rather than each of the Bethesda studios really having their own projects they work on, there's going to be more of a collective effort on the big stuff now. And with how deep some of these layoffs went at certain places like id or ZeniMax Online Studios, I really just have to wonder if those are going to turn into support studios for some of the larger games, rather than working on their own content going forward. And for some of you, this will be good news. This means a focus on Fallout and The Elder Scrolls. Those are going to be some of the things Bethesda as a whole is focusing on as a company now. So it's not just going to be Bethesda Game Studios, but really Bethesda and ZeniMax as a company is focused on these massive franchises. And one of the other big ones is Wolfenstein. It seems like Machine Games fared fairly well from these cuts. They didn't seem to be untouched, but they didn't have any massive layoffs compared to some of the other Bethesda studios. And part of this seems to be the fact that Wolfenstein 3 and the TV show are moving forward. So that's to say that if you were somebody who desperately wanted more Fallout and Elder Scrolls games faster, that'll likely come as a result of this. And while the layups are definitely bad, I totally understand why people are frustrated and happy that change is coming. But I really have to wonder how much quality content's gonna come from this. Like, yeah, we probably will get Fallout games faster now. Under Phil Spencer, Bethesda seems far more free to do what it wanted. But now, under Asha Sharma, things are much more directed in a very specific fashion, working on the biggest franchises that are already proven successes and and seemingly working a lot on sequels. But that is only coming after a ton of people lost their jobs or are being forcibly reassigned to these projects, with more cuts looming. That doesn't sound like an environment that's going to produce a bunch of quality content. But at the same time, the fact that we do have such massive gaps between releases for Fallout and the Elder Scrolls does feel insane. So it's not exactly shocking that change is coming here, but I would definitely say that Bethesda is going to look very different in the future as a result of all of this. Those are the updates, and that's what we know as of right now, but of course a lot is going to be changing over the coming week.
They like Elden Ring's Borderlands.
In months, likely as some of these new projects are actually spun up. And if you're interested in staying up to date with all of that, get subscribed, because I'll definitely be covering whatever happens with Bethesda, Fallout, and the Elder Scrolls going forward.
A lot of these legislators, they don't understand it. They think that hemp and marijuana is the exact same thing.
Why would Mitch McConnell push for this and then try to gut it?
It's kind of sad to see that they ushered this in and now they're willing to tear it down in such a horrific fashion.
Covering what the corporate media covers up. Hey, it's Jordan. Delighted to be joined by Lucas Beach. You are the CEO of the CBD Gurus. And I am proud to say CBD Gurus is the first sponsor in 8 years of Status Quo. And I've had quite a few opportunities for sponsors and I've turned them all down. But I actually said yes to this because it's actually something I'm passionate about. For those that don't know, I've had 2 back surgeries and about 15 years of problems. I'm trying to avoid a third. But CBD is actually a product I use. I got your gummies right here.
Oh, nice.
So it made sense to me to, once I looked into you guys, to do this sponsorship. I didn't know about this actually until you sent it to me, but a lot of people don't realize that in Trump's first term, he actually legalized hemp for the first time in modern American history, which opened up like a multi-billion-dollar business, which has been great for the economy. It's also been great for pain relief because CBD was basically legalized, and hemp-derived CBD, which the CBD Gurus is hemp-derived CBD. Can you kind of talk about, he legalized it in 2018, then 7 years later, during the government shutdown bill of 2025, it was kind of buried within that, but Trump and Congress recriminalized it. Make that make sense?
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. I wish I could make it make sense, and hopefully it doesn't go through, or it doesn't keep going and it gets overturned. But yeah, in 2018, Trump was really the pusher. They were like, no, hey, we got to get this in. We got to do this the right way. And it opened up a massive industry. So nearly 300,000 people found jobs because of being able to, nothing from agricultural to the processing to the end product of hemp, being able to help with pain, as you say, or PTSD in a lot of cases, which was a huge pusher of the 2018 hemp farm bill. And it just created so much for so many people. They're like, hey, why is this criminalized? And then because of the hemp farm bill, we saw this massive explosion of medical and recreational marijuana throughout the entire country as well. So that kind of opened up the door for that. But I think the problem is that in the marijuana didn't want to fight with hemp, and they wanted their own sector. So they really pushed last year in October in the big beautiful bill to, kind of sneak that in, be like, hey, we're going to get rid of 90% of the cannabinoids that the hemp industry can actually start keep selling. And they're like, well, where are all these people going to get all these products that have been helping them for the last 8 years? And they're like, oh, we're the marijuana guys, so we'll charge 3 to 5 times as much, but at least they'll be able to get their products. So it's been just he ushered in this massive industry and then going to just destroy this billion-dollar industry overnight.
So they changed the limits of how much THC could be in each product?
Yeah, so what they're doing is actually not just the amount, they're going down to pretty much zero. So they weren't even, and I think it was mostly because they didn't have enough time to really vet everything out and do this appropriately. So instead of going through and be like, okay, we're going to lower the amount of THC, as it should be in hemp, as opposed to marijuana, and do this smart. Instead, they're just like, no, we're getting rid of all of it. But how the bill is also written, it gets rid of a lot of the other cannabinoids that a lot of people use, whether it be CBG for energy and antimicrobial, to CBN for sleep, and a lot of these cannabinoids are not even psychoactive. Actually, most of them aren't psychoactive, but because of how the bill is written, it's going to eliminate 90% of them.
So before we get to the ticking time bomb that is November and essentially the recriminalization of hemp and most CBD products, for the audience watching, you can get their great products, which include gummies, capsules, lotions, creams at thecbdgurus.com. They got great prices. And on top of it, if you go using the Status Coup 20 discount at checkout, you'll get an additional 20% off. So definitely check out their products. And CBD is great. I mean, it's not just if you have physical pain, it's good for relaxation, stress, anxiety. The research has shown it's good for a variety of things. And that's why, frankly, Big Pharma has never liked CBD. And Rand Paul, who is not for this recriminalization, he pointed out, this is from him, the numbers put forward in this bill will eliminate 100% of the hemp products in our country. This amounts to an effective ban because the limit is so low that the products intended to manage pain or anxiety will lose their effect. And he criticized Mitch McConnell, who was actually, for some reason, he was the father of the bill in 2018. Hemp is very big in Kentucky, but then he pushed to sneak in this provision that gutted it. So he said about Mitch McConnell, if he sees an accomplishment in destroying a multi-billion-dollar industry, I don't see that as an accomplishment. I mean, who the hell could get in Mitch McConnell's head? I don't even know if he can anymore. But why would Mitch McConnell push for this, which was billed as a big victory for farmers in Kentucky and elsewhere, and then try to gut it?
I know. There's a lot of these questions on a lot of these people that I don't understand who got to them, where the... I sad to say, like, where the money flow was coming from on their end, but I don't know why this flip has happened with a lot of these guys. It's kind of sad to see that they ushered this in, and now they're willing to tear it down in such a horrific fashion. To lose these jobs, to lose this amount of money flowing into the country is just crazy to me.
Fucking stupid.
And McConnell, who's retiring this year, he said about this, my 2018 hemp bill sought to create an agricultural hemp industry, not open the door to the sale of unregulated, intoxicating, lab-made, hemp-derived substances with no safety framework. First of all, correct me if I'm wrong, what's more intoxicating, hemp-derived CBD or bourbon in Kentucky at high qualities? I mean, this is like the age-old argument. Alcohol's okay at, excessive amounts, but like low amount hemp-derived CBD with a little bit of THC is somehow not. This kind of reeks to me of big pharma and others pulling some strings behind the scenes.
Well, and Jordan, we've also seen this massive decline in alcohol sales as well. And so, and there are people, and I don't know if this is, extremely exclusive to this, but there are a lot of people that are suggesting, and a lot of polls that are suggesting that people are going away from marijuana and utilizing THC, whether it be marijuana or hemp derived, to utilize instead of the alcohol. So I don't know. Maybe there's a correlation there. I have no idea, but it's definitely crazy that the alcohol guys are also pushing against marijuana because they're trying to see this correspondence or this correlation with alcohol sales plummeting and the rise of hemp or marijuana derived THC.
And I also wanted to post because he posted on his Truth Social basically a promo for the cannabinoid industry and CBD, which he is basically is being gutted by his administration. Let me play some of this video.
You can revolutionize senior health care. We've all heard about the major systems in our bodies, like the digestive, respiratory, nervous, and cardiovascular systems. But there's one essential system discovered in the 90s that you probably never heard of. It makes all of the other systems work smoothly with each other. Like a conductor ensuring the different sections of an orchestra all play a beautiful symphony together. This system is called the endocannabinoid system. It has been acknowledged and studied by scientists extensively with support from the National Institutes of Health. As we age, the system weakens. As a result, the different systems in our body stop working together smoothly. That's one of the reasons older adults struggle with pain, inflammation, cognitive decline, and other ailments of aging, for which doctors often prescribe dangerous and addictive pharmaceuticals. They also recommend lifestyle remedies, such as exercise, good diet, and stress management. And while all these improve the system, it is only fractionally and over a long time. But here's the game changer. The system can be restored faster using hemp-derived CBD. When the system is restored, pain subsides, sleep is improved, and stress is reduced.
Without getting into Trump's head, I mean, if he wanted to, he could push to keep hemp legal. What are the next steps? Because I know the clock is ticking. Basically, this goes into effect where hemp would be essentially made illegal again, I believe, in November.
It is. It's the beginning of November, or at least the first part of November. And that's the thing is like, no, he went through, signed it in, and then it just chaos and dead silence. Nothing from him, nothing from Congress. And everyone's been just like, what is going on? And then just all of a sudden, just recently, like you said, now there's this massive push for, to keep hemp alive. It's like, is there even amount of time to save it before November, especially with the midterms coming up and the elections? Like, are we even going to have this enough time to, get it before Congress and get it reversed? I have no idea.
If this goes into effect, I mean, you essentially have stores that can't sell their products and businesses going out.
I mean, they're making it so that, you have a hemp store that has, say, 200 products in it. They might be able to sell, because of the new legislation, maybe 4 or 5 of the 200 products. So, I mean, they're like, and that's how they're trying to at least get around it. Be like, hey, you guys can still sell CBD. It's like, guys, when you lose 95% of your sales or the ability to, you can't make a business out of it. And that's why they're like, no, like, this is not a viable option. And there needs to be more legal framework around this so that we can still keep people employed, still keep moving forward, and yet still at the same time still satisfy the marijuana companies so that we're not going as high as them, and still keep that relationship in kind of that neutral framework. And I just don't. It takes a lot of work and a lot of effort on their end. And the hard part is too, Jordan, a lot of these legislators, they don't understand it. They think that hemp and marijuana is the exact same thing. And so there's just a lack of education also in that arena that just makes it difficult to kind of get people on the same boat.
while it's still legal, I would tell you, and I use it. Go to thecbdgurus.com. The gummies are great. I use the X freezer kind of roller for my back.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
for me, I could honestly say, like, I have like this much space in my vertebrae in my L5 from a variety of reasons. I had surgery. They had to take out a big piece of my disc. Viewer warning. Here it is, what they took out. It looks like a
Perfect.
big chicken finger. So I have pain down there, and I use your stuff in the morning, and I feel pretty good most of the day. And it helps me actually do my stretches because I don't have that stiffness and the pain I did have. So, I mean, this is like a game changer. And I'm like turning 40, but for people older than me with even more issues walking, not just in the back, arthritis, this and that. I mean, this is a major non-addictive also. That's key. Non-addictive help. So naturally, our government has to screw it up. Everyone definitely go to the cbdgurus.com, take advantage of the discount, get what you want, gummies, capsules.
I might go to this website and patronize them. Let's see. Mushroom gummies. What do they mean by mushroom gummies? This is a world event that I don't really care to do. I want to get my mother some CBD gummies. I think I'll ask my dispensary next month. Maybe spend $150. I'm done beta testing games for people. It's just another way they steal your time. Oh, that is what you want me to do? Oh, okay. And I'll run the event. You want me to fight? I'll fight. I don't care. So odd looking. Test your killing skills. I'm here. We've got raging fans all over Karos, and I do mean raging. They were real sick as our fans. Whenever there's a nice, juicy kill, our ratings go way up, and so do your earnings. Oh. How's this going? Good. Save.
Creams, lotions, oils, and enter status 20 to get your 20% discount. Any parting words on how people can try and kind of stave off this recriminal?
So my mother is old and has terrible arthritis in her hands and all over her body. And I want to get her CBD gummies that don't have THC, that don't make her high. They just help her with her pain. What's the best stuff I can get her? A broad spectrum is the one that I want. There, that's it. This is the one I'm going to buy. I will use this code status 20. I will save this video and I will come back to it. And the broad spectrum.
Realization.
There are a whole variety of different things that I wish I could share about the threats that were made against us.
In 2025, Roger Alford took a job in President Trump's Department of Justice because he believed he could help people.
I thought we were going to be focused on the average American.
Roger's job was to investigate powerful corporate monopolies.
Live Nation, the owner of Ticketmaster, runs a harmful monopoly and overcharges fans.
Patients have been forced to pay millions more for the services since they say a monopoly started forming.
They stole money from the public and they took food off people's tables.
He noticed a disturbing trend. In order to get their mergers approved, a lot of these companies were hiring million-dollar fixers to cut shady backroom deals. And when Roger and others spoke up, they were fired.
It was a genuine shock.
What Roger saw was just the tip of the iceberg. We investigated, and what we found is a pattern of corruption that goes all the way to the top. Massive corporations buying off the government agencies that are meant to protect us, and instead leaving us vulnerable to limited choices, junk fees, and sky-high prices.
This is the reason we have those laws. Companies should not be able to treat people that way.
These were jam jobs. These were politically driven deals waved through because the right lobbyists or the right payoffs happened.
We'll show you the pattern we uncovered and introduce you to the unprecedented bipartisan team that's stepping up to protect working Americans from corporate greed.
We're going to do right by our consumers. We've got a job to do.
Ooh, Iridium.
For the last 40 years, across administrations from both parties, politicians have mostly been content to let corporations keep getting bigger and more powerful. But in recent years, something has started to shift.
The federal government is suing to block the largest supermarket merger in U.S.
arguing
history.
that it would reduce the number of supermarkets, which would mean higher
Today,
prices.
the Justice Department and 8 states sued software company RealPage, alleging it illegally helped landlords unfairly fix prices and raise rents throughout the country.
At the end of the first Trump administration, there were very large and significant monopoly cases that were brought against Facebook and against Google.
When Lina Khan took over the Federal Trade Commission under President Biden, she and her colleagues in the Department of Justice continued those suits and filed dozens more.
Department of Justice has launched an antitrust probe into United
The move
Health.
is part of the Biden's administration push to lower drug
Breaking
prices.
news this hour, the Federal Trade Commission and 17 states are accusing Amazon of anti-competitive behavior.
Overcharging people by upwards of $1 billion, making the product worse.
I would be a huge supporter of Lina Khan remaining, and I would love to see Lina Khan given more power.
And I guess I look at Lina Khan as one of the few people in the Biden administration that I actually think is doing a pretty good job.
We're seeing this like really interesting awakening on the left, but also importantly on the right, around technology platforms, but also like concentration throughout the economy in general.
That's Gail Slater, President Trump's pick to lead the antitrust division of the Department of Justice. She was confirmed with 78 votes in the Senate, in part because she represented this shifting consensus. This idea that the government really needed to do more to protect us from concentrated corporate power. She was also Roger Alford's boss.
I thought we were going to be carrying forward the legacy cases that the Biden administration had brought and then also bringing new cases.
But there was another powerful group with a very different agenda for President Trump's second term.
I think that companies are saying, you know what, we got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to, let's pull our banker, let's pull Morgan Stanley, and let's buy our biggest competitor, and let's, get it so that we can raise price, because it's about time. Let's get scale.
For a minute there, you sounded like Lina Khan.
Yeah, I probably overspoke there.
This growing bipartisan antitrust movement, it was a huge threat to Wall Street. And so companies started looking for ways to get around it. Exhibit A, the very first merger that came across Roger Alford's desk.
Good morning, happy Tuesday. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise looking to buy Juniper Networks.
This was the first really big merger that would send a signal about whether or not we were serious about antitrust enforcement or not. It was a so-called 3-to-2 merger, 3 competitors becoming 2 competitors. And that is usually just a huge red flag.
Just a few weeks after Trump's inauguration, Roger's team at the Department of Justice announced that they would be suing to block this merger. They said that it would reduce competition and raise wireless prices for hospitals, universities, and other customers.
And we were all set to go, ready to go to trial.
That's when Roger's boss, Assistant Attorney General Gail Slater, got a phone call from one of the fixers that Hewlett-Packard had hired to push their deal through.
He basically said, I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to do everything I can to make your life miserable.
And he could. The fixer was a man named Mike Davis. Davis caught Trump's eye back in 2022 when he was all over cable news defending Trump from federal charges.
This guy is tough as hell. We want him in a very high capacity. Mike Davis. Mike. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike is great.
Mike Davis actually recommended Gail Slater to President Trump for the top antitrust job. Davis has denied the threatening phone call, but it is true that a couple of weeks after the election, he started getting big checks from corporations like Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, who wanted him to use his connections to push their mergers through.
His salary is $300,000 a month. He has a contingency fee of over $1 million for any successful mergers.
They hire this lobbyist, and the lobbyist starts talking to higher-ups, saying, you like us, we're on your team, just tell them to drop the case.
And they did. DOJ sources told the Wall Street Journal that a couple of weeks after the threatening phone call, Gail Slater's boss, quote, placed a document on her desk. It was a settlement deal, written by Hewlett-Packard Enterprise's own lawyers.
It was a genuine shock.
When Gail Slater asked her boss what would happen if she refused to sign it, he told her, quote, she was too difficult to fire, but he would fire her deputies.
She signed, and then he fired them anyway.
And we all basically strongly suggested that that was inappropriate And as a result of that, I was terminated.
With shares of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, they're up more than 12% after the DOJ gave the green light for the proposed $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks.
This is oligarchy in action. Company gets sued. They hire $1 million fixer with the president's ear to leverage his loyalty and make sure that the suit goes away. They get a sweetheart deal, and then, when someone like Roger Alford gets in the way, they make sure he gets fired.
This type of, let's call it, pay-for-play politics hadn't happened since Watergate. They're dropping cases because they've decided someone's a friend. That's not the rule of law. That's the opposite of the rule of law.
A few months later, one of America's most hated companies decided to try the same play for themselves.
Outrage over Ticketmaster and Live Nation gouging consumers on big concerts.
After decades of buying up its competitors, Ticketmaster Live Nation had consolidated control over ticketing, promotion, and venues.
Nothing's gotten better through this Ticketmaster Live Nation merger. Tickets have only gotten higher and more expensive.
In 2024, the Department of Justice under President Biden sued Ticketmaster Live Nation in hopes of breaking it up. A bunch of state attorneys general signed on to the suit as well, including Phil Weiser of Colorado and Jonathan Skrmetti of Tennessee.
I mean, there was tremendous evidence of very aggressive, almost mafia-like tactics. We had some witnesses. They would get a phone call and it was basically like, hey, nice arena you have there. Be a shame if anything happened to it. You know, we have the internal conversations laughing about how dumb their customers are and how great it is that they can rip them off.
The messages between two ticketing directors saying, these people are so stupid. Another message saying, robbing them blind, baby.
When President Trump took office in 2025, his Department of Justice decided to continue the Ticketmaster suit. Ticketmaster thought they would try the same play as Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. They hired Kellyanne Conway, Trump's former campaign manager, as a fixer. They donated to Trump's inaugural fund, and they hired Mike Davis, the same fixer who got Hewlett-Packard Enterprise their sweetheart deal. Davis went after Roger Alford's boss, Gail Slater.
Once it became clear that Gail Slater was going to resolve these cases on the merits and wasn't going to listen to Mike Davis based on arguments other than the merits, he turned on her. He directly lobbied the President of the United States to get someone who was committed to enforcing the antitrust laws on the merits to be removed.
The head of the Justice Department's antitrust division is out. Gail Slater was fired today from the role after months of tension with the Trump administration.
The moment Gail Slater's firing hit the news, Live Nation's stock price skyrocketed. Shareholders were anticipating big payouts on the backs of consumers.
Robbing them blind, baby.
And then 2 weeks after she was fired,
The Justice Department has reached a settlement with Live Nation in its antitrust case.
Not everyone is on
The
board.
proposed settlement doesn't even rise to the level of a slap on the wrist.
Live Nation wouldn't have to sell off Ticketmaster, just a handful of venues. So it looked like the same play had worked again. Get sued, hire a fixer, get a sweetheart deal. But there was one wrinkle for Ticketmaster.
From my perspective, this was not a sufficient settlement to take care of Tennessee consumers.
A bunch of those state AGs decided to continue with the suit, even after the Department of Justice settled.
People care about this.
And we said, we're really concerned about this. We're like, not okay with us, and we're taking this case without the federal government. It's now a coalition of states.
And then something unexpected happened. The states actually won.
A federal jury in New York found Ticketmaster and Live Nation violated antitrust laws.
But every company that thinks that it can skate on antitrust just because an administration may not prioritize that really has to account for the states now.
Meanwhile, the higher-ups at DOJ are still letting corporations run the same play as HPE and Ticketmaster. They let two major owners of local TV stations, Nexstar and Tegna, merge without even an investigation.
The president put up a social media post and said, let the deal through. Now, we don't know exactly what happened behind those scenes, but I want to underscore how unusual that is.
There was no DOJ investigation when the country's largest real estate brokerage, Compass, wanted to buy its rival anywhere. Now they're free to saddle middle-class home buyers with even more junk fees in a housing market we can already barely afford. Compass even hired Mike Davis, the same fixer that got HPE and Live Nation their deals. But nothing has made the corruption more clear than the Department of Justice's recent approval of the merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers. The deal puts one of Trump's top political donors at the head of a media empire that will include CNN, CBS, and HBO. And according to the Wall Street Journal, the staff attorneys in the antitrust division were leaning towards suing to prevent this merger. But again, they were overruled by the top brass of the Department of Justice. State AGs are teaming up to challenge the HPE, Nexstar, and Compass mergers in court. And they're considering whether to do the same for Paramount. But there's a lot more that our political leaders at the national level could be doing to protect us from these monopolies.
It is possible that you can try to undo some of the mergers.
Senators Cory Booker and Amy Klobuchar have both introduced legislation that would unwind any merger suspected of being pushed through using backroom deals.
And if you entered into corrupt agreements with Donald Trump or agreements against the law and public interest, we're going to unwind your merger.
Vigorous antitrust enforcement is a bipartisan issue. This is not a left-right issue.
I don't want to live in an economy where, based on a company's political power or favoritism or ability to do pay-for-play politics, means they get a free pass and can take advantage of and gouge consumers.
The president ran on trying to help the average American, rural, non-college educated individuals to try to improve their lives.
Starting the day I take the oath of office, I will rapidly drive prices down, and we will make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again.
Squander the opportunity, the lost opportunity, to try to help the average American, when that's what the president ran on. Why would you do that?
This game's so good.
Thanks so much for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe to get more Perfect Union in your feed, and drop us a line if you have ideas for what we should investigate next. You can do that at stories@perfectunion.us. Thanks again.
Hey, Big A, what's going on with Xbox? I'm glad you asked, because I just remembered the password to the Big A account. And I want to tell you, video games, an industry we all know and love. And from the outside, it seems to be doing pretty well. There's tons of games releasing, in fact, more than ever on Steam and PlayStation. The global games revenue just broke a new record of $200 billion in 2025, which, by the way, in case you're doing the math, is bigger than movies and music combined ×3. Gaming has won. It has achieved global domination. We all play games. Your mom plays games. Your grandma plays games. Everybody plays games. It's huge. And yet, people are looking around and asking, if that's the case, if things are so good, why is every gaming company shooting themselves in the face? And so I want to dive into this. Now, each of these individual companies we're going to talk about, and they all have their own unique executive missteps, quirks, bad decisions that are causing gamers to scratch their heads in confusion and get angry. But there is some larger mega trends. You know how, like, you might be a parent trying to fight against illiteracy in your kids, and then the mega trend of phones shows up and makes it really hard? Some things are bigger than an individual company. And there are some massive mega trends that are the final boss, squeezing every game company at once and forcing them into worse decisions they'd like to make, okay? So we're gonna break those down first and then talk about their individual failures. The mega trends that are all happening right now are number one, Sam Altman, number two, China, number three, Roblox, okay? These three combined are causing every game company to be like, oh no, what do we do? Break it down really simply. Sam Altman, we've talked about this before. Sam Altman showed up a few years back and said, I want 40% of the world's memory and I'll give you an IOU. And then every other AI company followed suit. Why did they do this? So I could generate AI images of Sam Altman holding memory with giant glizzy fingers. That's why they did it, okay? There hasn't been a real revenue-based purpose yet. That caused the price of RAM to skyrocket, and that affects not just people who are building a PC from scratch, but anyone buying a pre-built PC, buying a video game console, buying a phone, buying a laptop. All of these things are seeing their price rise. And as we enter into a world, larger societal trend, where there's less and less third spaces because they're all getting so expensive, a lot of people, sad to say, are turning more towards gaming as a social outlet, as a entertainment outlet, where you can get a lot of hours of entertainment for relatively low cost. All of that is being squeezed. At the exact same time as all of this is happening, driving people towards gaming, all the gaming consoles at once, because of RAM, are raising their prices. This is a mega trend. This is bigger than any individual company's like unique greed or quirks or bad decisions. This is causing a problem for all of them. Secondly, China. Now, we've talked about China before, but let's take a step back to your childhood. For most of you, your gaming childhood is like around the late 2000s, 2010, let's say. And if you flash back to 2010, this is the gaming industry. It's primarily consoles, a little bit of PC, and a growing but still relatively small mobile industry. That's what gaming was. So if you're a gaming company, the primary thing you focus on is making good games for consoles. That's where the game's money is. This is the games industry today. Console sales are basically flat since that time. PC has grown quite a bit, and mobile has become gargantuan. That is where the primary consumer is. And one of the first countries to jump into this full force is China. And their developers started to lead the way on gacha mechanics and monetization and mobile gaming and mobile esports and all of that. And they've started to take these things and apply them to even games outside of mobile. So if you look at the actual stats, this becomes a big problem. I'm not saying China invented these things or is the reason that we're all mobile gaming. I'm saying the growth in gaming right now is primarily coming from China spend. And the thing about Chinese consumers is they primarily want to play games made by Chinese developers. This is the percent, okay? In 2025, the vast majority of Chinese spend went to Chinese developers. And the part that goes to non-Chinese developers, this little bit left over, you have to partner with a Chinese company to be allowed to sell it there. For example, if you're PUBG or Rocket League or NBA 2K, you can't sell in China. You need to partner with Tencent and give them a percent. So, if the majority of the growing game spend is coming from Chinese consumers and you are a non-Chinese dev, your options to make money is pretty limited. And that has allowed Tencent to become the largest gaming company on planet Earth. They, for example, have bought Riot Games, Supercell, Epic Games, huge parts of Activision Blizzard, we can't say what, and a percent of Ubisoft. They own a ton of other major developers. Additionally, for a while,
is that? Somebody's setting off an explosive over and over again? Fireworks, I guess. 10:45, it's not that late. They're probably drunk. These people out here are pretty rowdy. $351, $372. This thing, I'd like to replace it if I could, but I don't think I can. Oh, here, Throne Nutritious there. That thing's better. Yep, and then all the rest of it I can sell. Actually, I should go through everything and just see if there's anything else that I need to do that's better. No. This thing's worth $13.15. We'll take $26.19. Can't equip item. Oh, 5 health per second. Nice. Impregnable shield. 1676, 1927 ammo generator. Okay. Refill ammo. There we go, and we sell. This game might get good towards the end multiplayer-wise. I don't know. We don't know what this game is, kind of. We don't know where it's gonna go. I'm gonna pick up all that stuff I dropped. I just wanted to get, like, all the best stuff off the floor. But we don't know, I might even got better stuff still. Tons of stuff back here, but it's all ammo. Yeah, all that. But I'm looking for all those stacks of guns that I left in the corner. Ambidextrous. Here's another procedural sandbox. And I like it too. I like this game. The combat's so good. And it's mindless, and that's what I need from video games. I've like the Pixies, I've lost them. I don't know where my mind is. Where is my mind? I don't know. It's lost, it's gone. Fried. Okay, I think this is everything here. I'm just gonna make sure I got everything off the Turtle Jimmy Cab. Let's see if that's any good. It sounds like it's good. Turtle Jimmy Cab with 1437. I'll take it. And yep, I think that's all the guns off the floor. Looking around. Yes, I believe it is. And now we check. Oh, I have a lot of rewards that I didn't know I had, I guess. Insufficient space. Oh, my backpack is full? Okay. I pulled a nice sniper rifle that might be better than mine. I believe it is. Yeah. Not bad. A nice pistol. Extrol Punked with 419. It's got a higher rating, but it's only got 15 rounds. This one's got 40. Has legs and shoot enemies. Oh, it has a... Oh, okay, so when you reload, it puts a turret out, and that's going to be way better, I think. This thing is like a charge pistol that I don't think is going to be very fun to use. But we could test it out, I suppose. And then this submachine gun, I like it, but it's a bit funky. Let's test out the new pistol just to see what it does. I think the other thing's better. I love looking at all the guns. They put a lot of skins in the game. Awesome. Yep, I like that. So I'm gonna call my cat in. It's getting dark. I'll be right back. making sure you're inside and warm. You know how it goes. Make sure the coyotes don't get at you. Get a level soon. Oh, I think I just saw my backpack. This thing, it's a nice assault rifle. Has sufficient space. I didn't like it. This thing is 388. This is 248. Yeah, it's no good. It's a shame. Oh, I don't know. It's rated. Oh, no, it is a poison weapon. Oh, no, never mind. This might actually be good. It's a poison assault rifle. Yeah, this might actually be really good. Never mind. I do like it, so we'll sell the other one because it's not worth as much. So back, make sure there isn't anything else that isn't better. Sniper with 377, 371, shotgun, 339 assault rifle. Don't think any of this is better. I got a new secondary weapon. Let's figure out what that does. Oh, cool. It's another Tesla weapon. It looks cooler than the last Tesla weapon. Alright, yeah, that's dope. It's got a long cooldown, but it does a lot of damage. So, and it hits like everything. It's like a bulk, arc welder, so it like goes through everything. Yeah, gotta get up the cliff, I guess. Is that the way? No, it doesn't appear that is the way. I don't know. Where do I go? Ooh, I like it. It's good. Full auto or husky backup. It's an auto shotty. What the hell is that? The hell is that thing? Oh, it's a turret, is it? It's a turret? Oh yeah, when I reload, it becomes a turret, does it? I'm almost out of shotgun ammo somehow already. Oh, I almost out of shotgun. Oh, that's a shotgun. Let's see. Let's go check this out. Has an anomaly pop? Yes, it has. 2 it did. fleet point. We are just sitting here again. Hi. Hey, kitty. Oh, my little kitty. I love her. Oops. Yeah, brr, brr. Hi, kitty. Oh.
Developers based primarily in like California and Canada had a ironclad lock on one skill that no one else could match. They were the only ones in the world that had the talent, the expertise, the background to create a Focus M type game. I'm sort of exaggerating, joking, but there was an expertise that was baked in. But over the past decade or two, a lot of other countries, China included, have caught up. They've learned how to make games. Black Myth Wukong is a great example of a AAA level game that is made outside of the traditional AAA studios. And this means that because salaries are so much more expensive in North America and Canada, game employees are being squeezed by the fact that they're getting laid off for cheaper alternatives in China and in Eastern Europe. This is where like over half of all layoffs are coming from California and the rest of North America. This is where the layoffs are coming from, and they're being rehired more cheaply in like Poland and China to create games because the expertise has now moved worldwide. The first thing I talked about, the Sam Altman thing, is why everything's getting more expensive. This thing, this Poland and China thing, is why there's so many layoffs. And the third thing, Roblox, is why so many games are getting canceled or getting shifted into live service. Roblox is a game that if you're not playing it, you probably think is for little kids or adults who have this haircut and are YouTubers. But it turns out that over half of Roblox players now are over 17. Many are over 25. Roblox is becoming a lifelong game for people that grew up with it. They're playing it a ton. Probably also pedophiles. And if you look at revenue growth, because again, I said at the beginning, I said gaming broke a revenue record, 200 billion. But all the revenue growth in the past few years, a huge chunk of it is coming from Roblox. 60% of the spend growth by gamers outside of China since 2021 is Roblox. Look at this. People are spending more and more time in these single games that can do everything. Whether it's Fortnite, whether it's maybe you're a long-term League of Legends player that plays TFT, generally it's Roblox. They're becoming these mega games where all of the money and talent's being siphoned into. And it's really specific for a game like Roblox because in this game, they can create other games. So Roblox, devs are noticing that when they make any type of game that goes viral, Roblox copies it and they get the money. Somebody in Roblox will make a copy and then the money goes there and the people don't have to leave. For example, maybe Get to Work. Maybe a game that I help publish gets shown up there. But even recent hits. So Mecha Chameleon's a game you probably heard of. Every streamer's playing it. Sold 15 million copies. It's done remarkably well for itself. As of right now, there is more player base playing Roblox clones, of which there are 26 of Mecha Chameleon, than actually playing Mecha Chameleon. Yep. It has been ripped off so quickly by 26 different clones, and they have a higher player base. The number of people in the Roblox ecosystem is massive, and they are charging, and they're adding microtransactions. And all that money is flowing outside the developer pocket. So all of this makes it so that any big investor, any big game company is extremely afraid of building anything other than a huge live service game or a small developer making an indie game. Outside of that, that middle ground is sort of getting wiped out. It's much harder to get away with. So now you understand the mega trend. That does not mean these game developers are absolved from stupid decisions. In fact, when faced with great challenges, you should think a lot and make smart decisions. In fact, they have not. So let's go into it. Xbox, starting with Xbox. Xbox is facing these challenges, and for the past few months, a lot of people have said they're really starting to handle them. Xbox is back. People were saying Xbox is back. They got a new CEO. The new CEO of Xbox may turn out to be the savior of the product. God bless her. We are Xbox. 2.4K upvotes. The best new CEO that Xbox bros will still find a way to hate? Look at all the things she's done, okay? Even on my own damn podcast.
I thought it was interesting because I've been seeing a little thing circulate on my Gaming is Back timeline that the new Xbox
GIB
CEO, Asha, she is apparently killing it.
She's killing it. Look at my face. Look at my face. I mean, but look at what she did. She did a Twitter poll to change the name from Xbox to capital Xbox. That's a real rebrand. That's huge. She announced a roster of new Xbox exclusives.
How about those exclusives?
Get rid of the box entirely. Just call it X like Twitter.
You hear the guy in the back shouting more because this was the roster. It was just Gears of War and Clockwork Revolution in 2027. That is the roster. She lowered the prices of Xbox Game Pass after a extremely unpopular price raise. But if you do the math, it was $20 and they made it $30 with Call of Duty. And then they lost millions of subscribers. Everyone was mad. So they dropped it to 23 and removed Call of Duty. So it's really just a $3 price raise. It's not that great. It's like, I get that you are responding to fan pushback, but it's not like an incredible deal. And then they released the see-through Xbox Series 25 limited edition. And this was cool. I mean, she did.
The green 25th anniversary. Well, this is my first showcase. I know that so many of you have been here with us for the last 25 years. So if you look down and you have fan on your badge, you will be getting one for free later this year.
People at that event that were fans got a free console. That is cool. Don't get me wrong. Listen, all of these things at the margin are nice. It's like an attempt to like connect with the audience. But all of this time while this is happening, I'm thinking, okay, but you haven't changed anything about the business. Can I push back on this?
No, maybe.
Let me do like a big, like you finish, I guess. Okay, I dropped a big A clip saying the Xbox comeback is a mirage, and it's not her fault specifically. I'm not saying Xbox was doing great and then Asha Sharma showed up and ruined it. What I'm saying is, it's like if you're on the Titanic, okay, and it's sinking, and you're like, what if we switch the captain? That's not gonna change much. And the captain comes out and goes, listen, I understand you. The water is icy. I feel that. Wouldn't you like a commemorative Titanic coin? We're not changing anything. The business is failing. And so finally, as of like a day ago, the other shoe dropped and gamers became more aware of what's actually happening with this business. And Asha Sharma announced 3,000 layoffs and 5 studios getting spun off or closed or sold. And that is the more real understanding of where the Xbox business is currently. 20% of the employees just got laid off, massive restructure, and additionally, they also raised the price of the console. Now that's mostly Sam Altman, but understand that it's happening to everybody and everybody's getting pissed about it. I think you need to understand the scope of the business. This is what we're heading into. Phil Spencer, the last head of Xbox, back in 2017 had a plan. I'm gonna make Xbox the Netflix of gaming. We are going to make this online Game Pass subscription service that's gonna be a thing.
Yeah, if you got good games. If you had good games on it, but you don't, they won't work with you or whatever. You don't own them, whatever.
Available everywhere, and it's gonna have all the games on it.
You don't even have Rust or whatever. You don't have like good games on the Xbox Game Pass.
And everyone's going to subscribe and pay us money, everyone. It's going to be huge. And to win that war, he's like, well, we need content. We need a lot of content. So they spent $80 billion of Microsoft's money. This came from basically two places, Windows and Minecraft. They took all the Minecraft money and some of the Windows money and said, okay, we're going to dump this on buying every studio we can. And this will work because once we have all the games, everyone has to subscribe to Game Pass. That was the plan. And in 2023, when they were in a lawsuit over buying Activision Blizzard, a document leaked that showed their internal idea of how much Game Pass would grow. This is that document, okay? And in this document, they basically said, by 2030, we will have 100 million Game Pass subscribers, which, if you're doing the math and analyzing here,
well,
means
yeah,
that
if you put good games on it, I'll sub to it. Yeah, but you don't put good games on it. I mean, shall we go look? I like this guy. This guy's good. Big A. I've never heard of him before. Let's go back. Switching to watch only. Why? Oh, battery. Okay. Oh, purr, kid. I feel you purring and I love you. Yeah, she purrs a little contented heart out. This watch thing is kind of annoying. There we go. Now give me this. You don't have to leave, kitty. You could stay. No? Okay. I'll charge my watch. There we go.
right now, they should have 77 million subscribers. What did they actually get in that time? It turns out it shrunk. They are currently sitting at 30 million subscribers. So they spent ungodly amounts of money for Game Pass to shrink. Understand that that is not right. So even though you could go back even farther and blame fucking Dan Matrick, who was the previous head of Xbox, who launched Xbox One with TV, Call of Duty Sports, and was a huge, loss of their lead to the Xbox One generation. Really, this is the problem with modern Xbox. This lost them everything. They spent too much money, and now Microsoft is like, we're done. And now I have to lay people off and cut back. By the way, fun aside Don Matrick story. This is a former guy that worked for him posting on Blue Sky a few days ago. He basically said, I used to work for Don Matrick, and I demoed Halo 4 for him, and I showed him when the Mantis showed up with his cool new intro vignette. And then Don raised his hand and said to the group, hey, has anyone here played Diablo 3? What if we copied their real money auction house for campaign mech skins? And then everyone around him had to pretend it was a groundbreaking idea, even though they all knew it was stupid, because he's the executive. So understand that this type of culture is at the root of, you know, bad leadership after bad leadership after bad leadership. People are afraid to speak up, and then bad decisions make it really far. So again, all these studios are either getting spun out, going indie, or shutting down. But understand that, like, Xbox did go the extra mile here to not just shut them down. They gave them the ability to stand on their own. The problem is, once you buy a studio and you take over all of its salaries and you start paying for all of its bills, then when you pull that money out, even if you go, oh, they're indie now, they're probably gonna die. Flash forward a few months, many of these studios will close. It'll just not be Xbox's fault because they washed their hands of it. So they're shutting down. Ninja Theory Labs are being sold. Arcane Studios' fate's unclear. And even other studios that weren't mentioned in this announcement are also being affected. For example, IOI, a studio that made Hitman that I really like, is having to shut down a studio, lay off people, and change their future plans because Xbox was funding a game with
Do you
them.
notice how the games I don't like that they overhyped are the ones that are the companies that are dying? And I don't think that's a mistake because I think I have good taste, you know? And I think my taste is fairly common too. I think I have a common taste. I think I have a common taste. There's nothing special about it. Where do I go with this thing? I don't know. Where do I go? Tell me what to do. I don't know what to do. It's so cool. Oh, it's way over there. I'm sorry. I see it now. Oh, bounty. No, you're taking me to a different mission, but this thing... Oh, I don't know. I've not seen any place to plug in something. Well, it seems to be indicating up there? I don't know. But how would I get up there? Oops. Well, I don't think this is it, but it's pointing up there like it's up there, so I don't know. Try... perfectly falls down. I don't know. Maybe it's not real. That might be part of it. Hi, how are you? You want to sit down? I can move this. There you go. Yeah, you can have some of the pad, or you could come sit up above my head if you want. Hi, beautiful kitty. I don't know what to do.
Called Project Fantasy, and now they're not funding it. And now IOI's like, well, we can't fund it ourselves, and it's dying. So again, IOI's still alive. They had a great James Bond game release, but they are hurting because of Xbox pulling back from all fronts on all this money they had promised or put out. Where does that leave us? Now look, this is not all Xbox's fault. Some of it is them reacting to things, but their larger strategy has failed, which is why gamers see them as shooting themselves in the face. But because they're shooting themselves in the face so hard, it has opened up an opportunity. Because the end goal of every gaming company, they love to do this, is shoot themselves in the face. But they can't do it if there's too much competition, because then they'll lose. But because Xbox has done it so hard and has truly lost all ground and is set up for real failure in the gaming console industry going forward, it leaves an opportunity for Sony to shoot themselves in the face. Because Sony, seeing their chance, can now jump in. Sony, first AI situation, raised their price. Obviously, there's this extenuating circumstance of AI, but gamers are rightfully upset that a console that is now 6 years old is more expensive than it launched. This has never happened before. It's different than any PlayStation. People are they're gonna be upset with that no matter who you tell them to blame. Whether it's Sam Altman or otherwise, people are upset. Additionally, they announced recently that they are getting rid of the physical disk drive on future PlayStation consoles. The end of ownership. And people are up in arms and angry about this. Now, it's a nuanced situation because, as with most gamers, their voice, the things they yell about, are much bigger than their actions. Because the truth is that most gamers buy purely digital, even on PlayStation. That's just the vast majority of people. However, rationally, they would still like physical to be an option because in their mind, it is just a benefit, which is true. Even if you don't buy every game physical, having it as an option is a generally positive for you. You don't lose anything. The only benefit is to the console company. 3% of gaming revenue comes from console sale, from physical sales. So it's not a lot, but it has a few key bonuses. Number one, it allows collectors. Some people are. It allows for the preservation of media, which is good. Number two, Sony has pretended to support it in the past.
This is how you share your games on PS4. Thanks.
You can't make that ad and then be like, why is everyone so upset when we get rid of physical media? Do you understand? Like, you can't have it both ways. And then, of course, recently, if you're a big fan of the wonderful movie for all ages, Paddington 2, and you happen to live in the UK, and you happen to have bought this movie on the PlayStation Store for digital copy, it's been removed from your account. You can't watch it anymore. You paid full price. You thought you had it, now it's gone. They took it away. And that is a fear that people have in a post-physical media era, where the complex web of licenses and music licenses and TV licenses could lead to a game that you thought you owned being pulled away. Now, it hasn't happened for a game yet, to my knowledge, on any PlayStation game on the store, but there's a sense that it's the direction things can be going. It's got people uneasy. Sony, in response to all of this negative consumer backlash, has disappeared. It's like 8 days now. They have not said a word on social media. They're just riding it out, bro. They've gone completely blank. This is the longest they've gone without posting. They're just like that. And they're pairing this with another interesting decision. In the past few years, it's been secretly the best thing in gaming to be a PC/Nintendo Switch gamer, because quietly, you could get all of the Steam games, plus all of the Xbox games, plus all of the PlayStation games. Because Sony thought, well, our competition is Xbox, so we can release games on PC and it's not a problem. They realized, oh fuck, people are just not gonna buy consoles anymore. All of the PlayStation exclusives were coming out on PC, and then people were like, wait, they're just pulling back from consoles. PC gaming growth has outstripped console.
It's weird. It's as if they themselves didn't outgrow consoles, but I know they're all playing PC games
For the past decade, which is like completely unprecedented. PC gamers have gone from being like outside of the box to being way more mainstream. PC gaming is hugely growing. And so now Sony is pulling back because they realized even if they sell well on PC, it's hurting us long term. So in the future, big PlayStation exclusives are going to be PlayStation only. This, coincidentally, loops back to the beginning because they're also pulling back from China. They're trying to run from some of these big mega trends. And they've realized their biggest enemy is not Xbox, who are now basically dead or dying. It's Valve. Valve has gone from this like niche company on the edge of gaming to being the 800-pound gorilla. They are the titan. PC gaming is the titan that's like mainstream gaming. And Sony is now more worried of them. Which is why, if we look over at Valve, they're kind of shooting themselves too. Although in this case, it's really more of a shot to the abdomen. Valve, more than anything, they've built a really successful store, and they're sort of riding it. And they have, more than any other yacht-owning billionaire, the largest army of defenders that I've ever seen, okay? Despite having, like, mathematically a monopoly, like, definitional proportion of PC gaming shares, people really don't want to criticize them, which is fine because the consumer hasn't been hurt yet. Maybe Gabe Newell's potential, okay? That's fine. But the deal is they are still under the same larger mega trends as everyone else. And that's caused consumers who really wanted a $500 PC for the living room to basically play games like, I don't know, Mecha Chameleon, Nonstop, or new indie games on Steam easily and cheaply without thinking about it with a PC in the living room. That's what they wanted. Instead, they got a $1,049 GameCube that, by the way, doesn't come with a controller and is already prone to red lines of death like an Xbox.
Oh my god.
And as an extra fuck you, okay, I'll just say it, they haven't released any games in a while. Especially not Half-Life 3. Just finish Half-Life 3, okay? Yeah, I know you're making infinite money. Make a game. Make a real game. Deadlock's been in early access for 100 years, bro. Put a game out. Put a release out. But I do want to say, I don't know if I mentioned this, what they say, PC has been leading the growth. Basically, you're either Roblox, you're China, or you're PC gaming with like the massive wave of indie games, like Mecha Chameleon, which just outsold Mario Kart World. In less than a month, Mecha Chameleon sold 15 million copies. Do you understand how crazy that is? Now look, it's way less cost. It's like $7, $6, but that's still astronomical. The ability of games made by solo devs to hit word of mouth and do insane numbers is changing the whole gaming industry. I mean, remember when Ubisoft tried to launch the first quadruple A game? Skull and Bones, and they super hyped it up, and then it launched, and then like 18 people played it, and they had to drop this price to $2. Like, the world has changed. There was a time in the past, in like 2010 or whatever, where just the sheer, I don't know, graphical fidelity, the marketing spend would give you a certain amount of leverage. You get a certain amount of player base just by the virtue of your size. That doesn't matter anymore. The game has to be fun to play. Nothing else matters. So that's honestly a positive, but I understand that it's shaking up the industry too. Steam game releases have never been higher. Chasing this new money, again, it's still a lottery ticket, don't get me wrong. The amount of games you're competing with is astronomical. 20,000 releases in 2025, and it's more this year. But it still offers an opportunity. Again, this guy was making games called Death Burger for $2 before, and now he has one of the biggest games in the world, changing his lifetime. Does it matter? Will the game be successful? Probably at this price point, no. But if RAM prices go down, or if SteamOS catches on in smaller or cheaper form factor ways, Valve may soon have a domination not only of the PC market, but also the console market. Their ability to monetize their store on a couch method will become the most compelling value proposition in gaming pretty soon. It's going to cut through Windows and hurt Xbox, and it's going to cut past Sony and hurt PlayStation. So it's probably the biggest threat going on in gaming right now.
I wonder if Amazon would sell me like a Steam box for like over 2 years with like $60 payments or whatever. I'd like to put a Steam box in my mom's house. No, I don't know. I don't think I can actually play games in her house. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. It takes so long to drop stupid stuff. Oh, kitty, that's my... watch your claws. It's my arm. New assault rifle. New sniper rifle. New heavy ordnance. $1,700 damage rocket sniper, huh? Okay, let's test it out. Single shot, big rocket. And that's a big hit. Wait, let's see. That's probably fine. Oh yeah, all that fucking equipment, but I just dumped a lot of equipment. Now I've got to go to some stupid thing and sell. I think I'm done with this game now. I have to get up rather early today. Oh, here, look, capture, but see, that's just a fast travel. I need to actually sell. We can come back here, though, which is good. I don't know where the best vendor is. It's not there. It's... there, that one, I think. Its address.
The only person who's not really worried about it is the guy in the corner doing their own thing, Nintendo. But Nintendo is always on some level shooting itself in the face. But really, it's shooting its customers in the face. Nintendo, on the edge of the room, has just realized they've got a monopoly on whatever it is Nintendo is. Whatever that unique Nintendo magic is, they've signed it, stamped it, packaged it up. No one else has it, and they are slowly but surely raising the prices on it. However, I will say, like Steam, Nintendo's not really as bad as Sony's Xbox here. Maybe it's a shot in the foot. Because even as RAM prices have gone insane, Nintendo has made the smallest increase in their console.
I remember that the Japanese yen is never inflated, and while they have poverty and problems, lots of poverty, they don't really have like a financial system that's failing right now. So if they charge more money for Nintendo, it's because they just want more money. It's not because they need it. Although I mean, the world inflated, so they get charged more money when they do international trade. And they are a trading culture. 14 grand. When it equipped, grants 10% maximum health. I don't really care about that. Okay, I came here to sell, but you're not letting me. On a bounty contract, so I'll go back to Heritage Opus. Excuse me. Yes, I'm still sitting here, huh? What is that thing? Oh, get in and out. Okay.
A mere $50, and they announced it 4 months in advance with warning to give you time to buy it cheaper earlier. They did the best they could on that. The real problem is the games. Nintendo was the first to break the $80 barrier on games with Mario Kart World. They keep re-releasing, or like releasing, they look like the same, they're not a re-release. The new Pokemon games look like shit for $70. And of course they're releasing games like Star Fox. Remakes. But if you like that, they provide it to you, and they've been doing pretty well. I don't want to downplay. Nintendo Switch 2 is the fastest selling console in Nintendo history. It is outselling the PlayStation 4 and 5 at the same period in their sales process. It's an incredibly successful console. But here's the problem. Their stock in the last year has been cut in half. Why? If it's selling so well, why is the company getting hammered? The truth is, Nintendo's shooting itself in the face because they haven't released any good games. Or not enough. The attach rate of a Nintendo Switch console is remarkably low. The previous one, I think, had like 3.7 games per Switch console owner. This one has like 2.1. People don't know what to buy. And the market, I mean, analysts who don't even know anything about gaming are like, hey, where's the big Mario game? Where's the big Zelda game? If you're not gonna give us one, we're selling the stock. So analysts and consumers are hand in hand on this one. At their price, it's not working. They have to figure that out pretty soon. There's that, at the core end of the day, outside of prices and China and Roblox and everything, the core of the gaming business is make a game people like and they buy it. Nintendo has gotten everything around that locked and done. The game itself is losing. That leaves us only two people on the chart, EA and Ubisoft. Now, these companies, I almost didn't include, because here's the deal. EA and Ubisoft have been shooting themselves in the face for so long, they don't have a face to shoot. When it comes to EA, they've made it part of their brand so that their consumers don't even care. If you're an EA purchaser, it's like you signed up for this. You didn't expect anything different. They've built a brand for it. They own it. But they did do a couple things recently that I thought were worth pointing out. Number one, they're launching EA advertising, which is a way for brands to advertise directly into gameplay. It's a marketplace to literally just buy ads within your gameplay live. Which is like a new level of EA. And of course, they got bought out by a massive Saudi conglomerate, so I'm sure it's not going to get better from here. But Ubisoft, I wanted to give a special mention to, because Ubisoft, honestly, in all of these memes that have been going on Reddit about everybody shooting themselves, Ubisoft should honestly be honored to be included. At this point, in the big goose hit, Ubisoft should be honored they're even remembered or mentioned. If you guys don't know, some of you are older, maybe you're millennial, maybe you're older Gen Z, you still think of Ubisoft as one of these big
large live service.
The truth is, Ubisoft is about to go bankrupt. Ubisoft is down 91%.
I bought Skull and Bones. I bought it for $5, but I bought Skull and Bones
in the past 5 years. This is their profit and loss.
Why do they? Why are they, I mean, goddamn, Skull and Bones is like basically a Titanic. It's like they made a digital Titanic. Bar is always pulling out, which is good. I don't think I need to put any more points into the Do I have a skill point? No, I kept that regen. I don't know, 3% help regen is probably really good for late game. Tempting handle. Is it any good? No. Where did that gun go? That's odd. Where did this tempting thingy that I picked up go? Oh, here it is. Tempting handle 404. I'm out of shotgun because I've been riding it because it does so much goddamn damage. Am I doing something here? I'm just killing stuff. I mean, I killed a lot of fun stuff, to be honest. I don't think I can go left. I think I have to go through here. That's the way I have to go to get out of here? Oh, it is? Oh, okay. Oops. That's really around. See that big blue thing? They should always have that so you can see where it is, like Fortnite. You can, like, I guess that is what it is. Never mind. I thought it was like just the background. Those might have something. East am I? Oh, that's that way, is it? Oops. Oh, that way. Are you sure? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I will stop here. Oh, my kitty. I love my kitty.
It's over. If the world's first quadruple A game couldn't save them, they don't have anything left. So honestly, if you liked Ubisoft games, shed a single tear, do a salute.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like maybe I should pop into Skull and Bones and actually play Skull and Bones just to show support, because I do like them. It's like this Empire trading game mixed with a naval combat sim, but it's not well, it's passive if you're going one direction, but it's not good enough. It's like a bad EVE Online, and I don't want to play it unless they get melee combat in it, which they don't have.
Dude, it's over. They've been fully punished. They're not abusing the consumer. The consumer has just given up on them. They can't sell a game and they will soon be gone. So, what does this mean for the state of gaming? I know this is kind of a negative look at all these executive decisions in gaming, but I do want to say, really, When I think about it, gaming has almost never been in a better spot. I think gaming's actually incredible. It's just that things are changing so rapidly that all of the old systems that have been built up are crumbling in real time. And in a world where that means game developers lose their job and consumers are forced to like change established habits, it does suck. It is negative. But there are more great games being released by a diverse set of developers than ever. You really have an abundance of choice. It is good, but in the meantime, it's going to be quite a bit of upheaval as these massive megatrends and the stupidity of leaders combine to break down everything we.
Dead Island 2 is 90% off because I think that store's in trouble too. They're all in trouble. Bethesda's in trouble. It's where 7 Days isn't in trouble. 7 Days is going to do well. Could get on Mortal now and do what? Grind forever. Let's go see what the prices of wood are on Mortal. Since I pay for a sub, I could passively chop wood and that would benefit me. I could buy lots of sets off the market and buy bows and stuff like that. So I will chop some wood maybe. Oops.
Thought gaming was from 2010. That's my update on the state of gaming. Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching. Big A is on a bit of hiatus in July, intermittent, while I figure out, I don't know, health stuff and life and everything else, other goals. But coming back soon. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you.
My goal is to make every fraction of my life into a monetizable piece of what? Monetizable piece of content. This channel is the breakthrough. Wow, and he made it, like everything he does. Okay. What happens when I go to my channel? I forget. Nice. Echoes of Angrad. This is Bandai Namco? Oh, they published it, but they didn't make it. Log into Haven, Maryland, and skip the queue. Sorry, kitty, I gotta get up and pee. Oh yeah, I got killed, so like I'm just gonna chop up a new set, I guess, because I don't feel like buying a vendor set. It doesn't do enough damage to anything out here. Everything out here is too hard. Like even the bandits are too hard. Maybe it's just because I don't have enough skill points yet, like clay points, but I forgot how much of a grind Mortal is. It's not the sandbox that I thought it was. It is actually like this structured thing that you do have to go do. You have to do like daily like tasks all the time, and it is kind of repetitive. It gets very repetitive. I lost 2 camels, which is so fucking annoying. I know I don't really want to play this game. I get this terrible hankering to play this game for some reason. And then, no, is this whitewood? It is. It's all whitewood, huh? So, I get this terrible desire to play this game, and I don't know why, because all it is a grind. I don't really, like, I don't know, it's this and already the PvP is like probably really annoying. Ugh, are you gonna puke, kitty? What the hell was that? She like swallowed hard. It's Gem's box just sitting here. I need a stabled pet. Yes, give me the lowest one. And I guess I will go pick some wolf brush for him. So he does not starve. I don't feel like buying dial because it means going to the bank. He's low health, which is annoying to me, and I don't have calamine. I don't know why this game is free for all for how fucking boring it is. It's like like on top of how boring it is, you get killed while you're doing it, which is like, I don't know. Bad choice. Yes, and I'm going to feed my camel so he doesn't leave. And let's go to the auction house. Let's go check the price of whitewood. New market, pick up items. I made 5 saddle sales. That's good. 25 gold is good. Okay, we'll go put it away. Okay, now what else? I am looking for in buy orders. I want to see, are people buying whitewood? Yes, they are. So let's go look at the prices. Whitewood, yes, it's a thriving market. They'll pay a lot of money for it. Can wander out back here, shop the whitewood. It would probably annoy a lot of people, and I'll have to buy axes. So I'll go do that. I'll bring 5 gold and I'll buy axes. I don't know. I don't think I want to play this game. It's weird. Like, not right now. I just don't really have the desire to play it. I shouldn't try and fight that. I don't think. What, I mean, so let's say I grinded 500 gold, chopping wood. What would I buy? It would be a house. But I don't want a house because the decay is like 3 months and I know I won't sub to the game again. Why buy a house? So then I keep all my loot here then. That's okay. What else do I do? Do I go grind bandits like I did for 3 solid days when the expansion launched? And sit there, wait for spawns, and be bored as fuck just to level a clay to 20 for what? Solo combat? I don't know. Where? What can a solo player do? And so then, I mean, and I am, like, I'm kind of embittered at Mortal. I think this is the last time I'll give them my money for a while. I'm just leaving. The queue was unacceptable. I spent like 5 hours in a queue in the last week or something, and that's not okay. Not on a 2,000 pop server. I don't see queues on fucking Horizon. That's a 2,000 pop server for Final Fantasy XI, a game from about as old as Mortal. And if Horizon can do it without queues, can't you? You make real money. The Horizon devs do it for free. It's a lot easier to run a Final Fantasy server, a lot cheaper. But it's still, you know, it's just odd. It's odd, some of this stuff. It's odd, the dev's choice. That's another game that's dying. Well, I mean, Mortal's not dying. Mortal got the most players it's had in a long time. I'm taking ESO off my favorites. The last time I did ESO, I caught a fucking strike on my YouTube channel just for watching YouTube, just for watching ESO content. And I think that's because I played a bad game. Frankly, I do. I think it's because I played a bad game. It's hard to pick. I could go to Fortnite. I don't know. I feel like kind of more passive games right now. I think I'll play Oblivion Remaster. Is what I'll do. And keep it low key on a Thursday night. I'm not going to go as hard because I had to get up very early in the morning for how late I went to bed. I went to bed at like 4:30 or something. Or no, I went to bed earlier than that. It was like 2:30, but then I got up at like 9. And that's like, what, 6 hours, 6.5 hours of sleep or something. I am older now. If I don't get 8 hours of sleep, I fucking feel it. I feel out of it and tired all day. Ark Survival Evolved is going to be free all weekend, and I should give it its swing, but I don't think I like that game's combat, I'm fairly sure. I don't think I like their engine. Just looking for stuff. Why is this here? Yeah, like, why are we looking at this? Let's go. Oh, yeah, I haven't given him an order. I'm just waiting for sales to pick up again. Protein paste. Nope. Hold position. Maybe I should... Yeah, I flooded the protein paste market. He's adapted it, and I have to pick something else, which is okay. We'll look for something else. What about energy cells? Any energy cells? No, no energy cells. Metallic microlattice is... Yeah, oh no, that's bought, but there's no sold. I think what I'll do is I'll explore further, and I will make yeah. And I will take you out, and I want you to explore this thing. Oh.
This Christopher Nolan Odyssey scandal and backlash is exploded.
Oh yeah, the Odyssey. I forgot about that.
Online, and what it's really exposing is just so wild. Explosive diarrhea is now sweeping across the country, and no one knows where it's coming from. You've got new evidence coming out in the death of Nolan Wells, with video hinting at heated arguments, and the lawyer for his family saying someone deleted messages on his phone. And his grand planner is now dropped out, and you've got the left scrambling. Donald Trump might actually be an unlikely Plattner ally. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. American culture warriors, they have found yet another Hollywood blockbuster to sink their teeth into, right? And this time, it's Christopher Nolan's highly anticipated adaptation of the ancient Greek epic, the Odyssey.
Oh, good Lord. Have you not tell me you haven't read the Odyssey without telling me that you haven't read the Odyssey.
I don't know of any black people that lived in ancient Greece. I just don't.
Apparently the casting was made by Christopher Nolan's woke, libtard wife.
Along with the modern mandates of feminism, transgenderism, and anti-whiteism.
Every time I take a little break from doing my job, I forget what big fucking losers these people are. But I get it. They got to do their time in the culture war mines while their president just fucks up the entire country. Right? Jangle those keys to keep the people's eyes off the ball. But right off the bat, I'll say, Christopher Nolan is an unusual target for the conservative culture warriors out there. Because of all the adjectives that one might use to describe him, woke, usually not anywhere near the top of that list. In fact, if anything, he's been criticized for not being woke enough, if we're just gonna keep using this stupid word. Are you with Esquire pointing out that Oppenheimer was accused of flattening its female characters? Dunkirk, it was called out for erasing Indian and African soldiers from the screen, and The Dark Knight, it raised some eyebrows for casting Liam
Dunkirk was him?
Neeson as the North African villain. And yet when the first trailer for the Odyssey dropped, it was dislike bombed and littered with comments saying stuff like, if I saw this on a plane, I'd still walk out, and I'm looking forward to missing it. And so as far as, what the fuss is all about, if you hear them out, the critics have a number of different objections. And so let's start with the kind of nerdier stuff. First, some took issue with the way Agamemnon's armor looks black and shiny, almost like it's modeled off the batsuit from Nolan's Dark Knight films.
The cheap-looking armor in the beginning, which looks like it was created with a 3D printer. Put aside the fact, for now, that they didn't actually have armor that looked like this back in the Bronze Age.
But with that, you had Nolan defending the aesthetic, saying in an interview with Time magazine, there are Mycenaean daggers that are black and bronze. Saying the theory is they probably could have black and bronze in those days. You take bronze, you add more gold and silver to it, and then use sulfur. With Agamemnon, Ellen, her costume designer, is trying to communicate how elevated he is relative to...
He defends every fucking stylistic choice that he made. Because he knows what he's talking about. The idiot right-winger just knows how to be a bully.
Everyone else. You do that through materials that would be very expensive. See, that was just one small detail, but much more noticeable is the choice to use colloquial, modern American English in the dialogue.
It's definitely nothing like the dialogue in the Odyssey. It doesn't sound like people in ancient Greece.
But with that, you had Nolan defending that choice to the Los Angeles Times, saying he wanted language that has emotional, not intellectual meaning to people. And adding I was maybe being naive, it might bite me on the ass, but I wanted an earthy narrative rather than having everyone use artificially elevated speech. But then also for critics, there's still the glaring problem that Nolan didn't even use the real Odyssey. Right? Instead, he relied on the 2017 translation by Emily Wilson, which was the first major translation from a female scholar. And so even before this film was being made, you had conservatives taking issue with her rendering of the epic, claiming that she made it woke, liberal, and feminist. And so for example, the opening lines of the original poem describe Odysseus using an untranslatable ancient Greek adjective meaning something like many-turned. Previous translators have opted for terms like minded, skilled in all ways, and the man of twists and turns. But Wilson, she went for a simpler word, complicated. So what we saw conservatives do is take that to be demeaning to the male hero, almost like calling him problematic.
The only reason her translation exists is to neutralize the significance of the Odyssey. She wants to destroy the significance of an epic that's unapologetically masculine, because in 2026, men, particularly white men from Europe and their descendants, simply cannot be heroic figures.
But in her defense here, you have Wilson arguing that her translation is faithful to the original Greek and that Odysseus is clearly still a heroic figure in her version. But then also, really, the main thing that's getting people all riled up, it's not the costumes or the writing, it's a lot of the casting. Because this film, it has some big, incredibly expensive cast. Matt Damon, Anne Hathaway, Tom Holland, Zendaya, Charlize Theron, Robert Pattinson, but a few actors, they've caught scrutiny. Such as the rapper Travis Scott, who plays a bard, with Nolan explaining.
Travis Scott was in this? Why Travis Scott?
Because
of all the rappers you could have chose, you could even have probably taken Snoop Dogg, honestly. But Travis Scott
wanted to nod towards the idea.
It's because it's all the same Illuminati people that kill people and have a death cult, isn't it?
That this story has been handed down as oral poetry, which is analogous to rap. And then there's Lupita Nyong'o playing the Helen of Troy, the mythological figure reputed for her beauty, that her face launched 1,000 ships and started the Trojan War. And seemingly, a number of these people, they had issues that ranged from just not thinking that she was attractive to seeming to have an issue with her being a black woman who was born in Kenya.
Not one person on the planet actually thinks that Lupita Nyong'o is the most beautiful woman in the world.
I mean, you might as well make Helen of Troy Chinese. Were there no white actresses available for the role?
But Christopher Nolan he knows that he would be called racist if he gave the most beautiful woman role to a white woman.
You even had Elon Musk firing off on Twitter. I agree that she is beautiful, but casting a black woman to play a white woman in a foundational work of European literature is no more right than casting a white man to play Shaka Zulu. And then you saw the outrage just kind of get bigger and bigger after Nyong'o gave this answer when someone asked her what she would ask Homer, the author of the ancient epic, if he was here today.
I'd be like, so Homer, how do you feel about this screen time given to these women, considering how little you spend with them?
And as soon as that clip got traction, conservatives lost their shit.
Let me tell you why there weren't a lot of female warriors in Homer's time or in any time, including today. That's because scientifically, based on raw data and reality, men are created different than women.
And as far as Lupita's reaction to all
Men
this,
are bigger, that's why. Men are bigger.
I'm not spending my time thinking
Men are
defense. The criticism will exist whether I engage with it or not. But what you also saw is that others did spend their time making counter-arguments with, for example, one writer saying, the Odyssey is a long-form poem about a myth. There's a long history of being reinterpreted by artists, directors, and translators. Orson Welles cast Eartha Kitt as Helen of Troy back in 1950. Today's critics are culturally illiterate buffoons. Speaking of which, you even had Ben Shapiro pointing out that the film's white actors aren't authentically Greek either.
Matt Damon is playing Odysseus. Matt Damon is of Scotch-Irish extraction or something.
Matt Damon.
He certainly is not Greek.
Matt
In fact, none of the people in the movie, so far as I'm aware, are Greek.
The also abandoned people that there was one casting choice that was too far for them, and that was Elliot Page.
This is ridiculous. I'm not Captain Tall over here. I'm 5'9", but I would dwarf Elliot Page because I'm a normal-sized human male.
Sure, little bro. Also, is that in lifts or no? For context, if you don't know, Page is a transgender man, so the idea that he's playing a character who is mostly tough and strong, it rubs a lot of conservatives the wrong way.
The character is male, and they've chosen a fake male who's not in any way heroic. This is why Republicans have still at least a shot in the midterms still.
Also there, one of the responses you've had from defenders is, hey, let's wait to watch the film. If Page is a good actor and delivers a convincing performance for the character, who cares whether he's trans in real life? I mean, people saying, even if he's not tall or super buff in reality, we don't know yet how that comes off on screen, right? What's the full context? So again, you got people like Elon saying Chris Nolan desecrated Homer and groveled on his knees just to meet the woke rules required to win an Oscar. What a worm. But what I will say is, if you look at the reviews from just normal critics who have actually seen the film, they are glowing. Many saying that it's one of Nolan's best films ever, which is a wild thing to say at a frontrunner for Best Picture at the Oscars. You also had Tom Holland, the historian, not the actor, declaring on Twitter, it is by some way the best cinematic adaptation of a Greek myth I have ever seen. When Elon replied, Tom Holland is such a cuck. Though you then had Holland firing back saying the Odyssey is an amazing film and missing out on seeing it because you think it's woke or whatever is cutting off your nose despite your face, you're lost. And actually, if I can just take a second to be...
The skeleton killed it. Nice.
The petty little bitch that I want to be, and Tom Holland's being so nice here. Elon Musk, how are you so successful and literally the richest man on the planet, and yet also the most pathetic, insufferable little bitch? You are a walking advertisement for why abortion should be legal, or at the very least, we should incentivize people to swallow. I guess it's good that you're focused on this for a second instead of trying to inspire a fucking race war. But just dear God, hey, how about this? I will invest in just your overly inflated price of SpaceX right now if you promise that the first rocket to Mars, you're on it. And actually, back on topic, even Shapiro, he appears to be, to a certain degree, agreeing with Holland.
There's no real indicator from the trailers at this point that the Odyssey is a fundamental betrayal of the storyline. Nolan does have a gift for being able to strip politics out of his films almost entirely. And I have a feeling that this movie is going to perform really, really well. I just don't think this bleeds over into regular life in the way that so many people in the online world seem to think that it will. But playing this game where I get extremely, extremely upset about the Odyssey before I actually see it,
And yeah, Ben's feeling, his prediction that it's going to do well, it's based in fact. And as soon as tickets went on sale, tickets for IMAX screening sold out. I mean, websites crashed, scalpers started hawking them for over $1,000. The film's projected to gross up to $200 million globally just during its opening weekend. And that was before all the glowing reviews started pouring in. Right? It's got an unbelievable amount of hype around it, for the cast, for the epic adventure, as well as the $250 million production value. I mean, I've been kicking myself because I didn't get IMAX tickets in time. I thought I had them, but it was actually, I got early tickets for Dune. So that's probably just going to be more beneficial for the movie because I'm going to watch it when it comes out, and then I'm going to get into a later IMAX screening. But hey, time will tell. You know, the future's not guaranteed, and most all of everyone is talking about a fucking movie that no one's watched yet. But hey, in the meantime, let me know your thoughts, opinions, reactions to all this, and also, are you going to see the movie? But then also, from that, we've got to talk about a very different kind of backlash that's in the news right now because it matters if you have a public...
He does take pretty good headshots. He doesn't have a shield up anymore, I don't think. Oh, full healed again. That's so good. Wish I could silence him. Oh. Ugh. This guy's a bitch. So annoying. I feel like I want to fist fight him again. Damn it, go again. I need some help with this. This fucking dick. Assaulting the map. There is a road, but I mean, I don't think there's going to be a horse on the road. He's coming. I could probably get a good, get enough headshots out here where the walls that, there's no walls or anything. Fucking dick. Equip different arrows now. At least the zombie isn't with him anymore. I don't like how fucking bullet sponge it is. It shouldn't be like this. But I guess he has high level. Is what it is. Ah, you fucking bitch. No. Punch him to death. Punch him to death. Where is he? Fuck this asshole. Fuck you, prick. Yeah. I think he had Necromancer robe. Yeah, he did, which is cool. At least I got a new robe. That's cool. No, you dropped something. I heard it. You dropped something. It was like a staff or something fell. Where's your weapon? I heard it go clank, 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 and it might be this magical weapon worth something. But of course he dropped it, and it's now just, who the fuck knows. It's not underneath him. Logic dictates it would have rolled down. Is that it? That kind of looks like it should be, but it's not. Looking around. I don't see an item. I heard the item fall. I don't know where it is. Well, whatever it is, it's gone now, I guess. It could have rolled pretty far, but I don't know. Let's see it. Let's see it. Damn it, you better not have had the best staff in the game, you son of a bitch. Why'd you have to die like this? You're so annoying. Graveyard here.
public Instagram account. And that's because now anyone can use your photos and profile to make AI content without you even knowing about it. Right? That's what you've got in the fine print of Meta's new Muse image, which is a media generation model that's now available in the US via the Meta AI app, site, Instagram stories, and on WhatsApp in limited countries. And while there are a lot of tools available in Muse, the one that's been getting the most attention is the ability to mention a public Instagram account in Meta AI and generate images based on that user's profile. And with that, you have the platform's Help Center explaining, if you have a public account, other Instagram users may be able to create new reels, posts, or stories that reuse part or all of your published photos, videos, or reels. In addition, people may be able to create content with your Instagram content using AI features at Meta. And depending on the settings of the other user, this means your reused content may be discoverable in search engine results. One of the biggest things here is that users like you were opted into this automatically, and reports also say that if someone does use your profile to make AI content, you wouldn't be notified about it. Now, you also had Meta explaining in a statement that accounts belong to users under 18, those are automatically excluded, and also saying that users can opt out in their settings. But then also, it puts the work on you, the user, to know that this is happening in the first place and switch the settings yourself, which means tons of people, their accounts are just blindly exposed to this. And so online, you saw no shortage of people slamming this as just a massive invasion of privacy. And you're also seeing things like a director at a tech justice nonprofit telling the BBC that this is a recipe for disaster, noting we've already seen a catalog of harms from non-consensual AI-altered images on social platforms just in the past year, and adding it is hard to see why Mark Zuckerberg thinks facilitating yet more of this creepy image manipulation is a good idea. And you then also had CAA, one of the biggest talent agencies in Hollywood that represents some of the most famous people in the world, condemning this in a statement, arguing no one's name, image, likeness, voice, or creative work should be used by any third party, including AI models, without clear documented consent, saying we call on Meta to make protection the default on Muse image, not the exception. Artists deserve to decide if and how their likeness and work is used with consent and the ability to set their own terms. The future of creativity depends on respecting the ownership and autonomy of those who make it possible. Right, but in the meantime, if you are someone that you're freaked out about this, you want to opt out, here's what you can do. One, if your account's set to private, no one can reuse your content, so that's one way, of getting out of this. Or if you want to keep your account public but still opt out of this, you can go to Instagram settings and find the sharing and reuse page. Then, under the allow people to create with and reuse your content, toggle both posts and reels off. Then, under the next section, toggle off the audio reuse feature as well. And you can also change your settings for each individual photo or post if you want. Also, I just gotta say, for Meta specifically, their backend is so fucking cluttered and stupid compared to other platforms that them automatically opting you in feels even more nefarious. It just really feels like they're throwing a key into a dumpster pile and they're like, yeah, you'll figure it out. And then also, I should note, this is not even the only trouble Meta's found in itself this week, because you saw in a court filing this week, Meta saying that 4 states are seeking $1.4 trillion in penalties for alleged safety and addiction abuses. And yes, trillion with a T, that number is nearly all of Meta's $1.5 trillion market cap. And so you've got Meta, unsurprisingly, not happy with all that, and they shot back right at. A sanction of that size is no analog in the history of consumer protection enforcement. Plaintiffs' outlandish calculations have no basis in fact or law. And as far as the 4 states involved, you've got California, Colorado, New Jersey, and the lawsuit alleged Meta has prioritized profits over the safety of kids and fueled a mental health crisis. And as far as right now, we have the trial slated for August. And as far as how the states came up with that $1.4 trillion number, according to Reuters, the states calculated the penalties by multiplying the number of violations by fines set by state law. And
these frames aren't good enough. They're sitting at 80, which is I don't know. I better turn it down. I'm on Ultra, but honestly, I don't think Ultra's running very well. I'm going to drop it down completely. There, that's a more solid frame rate. That's more acceptable because it was too high. It was trying to chug, and it's beyond. That's beyond. It still looks good. Let's bump it down to. Oops, no. Let's bump it down to medium. There's a better frame rate. That's what I'm looking for. Even on GeForce Now, it's medium. Oh, what the fuck was this? Whoa. Punching the imp is fun. Boxing imps is quite fun. Punch, 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 punch. What if I can just run up and punch this deer? No. so. Oh yeah, am I like doing stuff? I guess, not really, no. I'm just gonna run in one direction, who cares? Robbers Glen Cave. It still feels like it could be better. It's weird. Maybe I should try dropping it. I don't know, then I lose everything. Maybe it's the hardware ray tracing or whatever. Limit hardware ray tracing off. Let's turn the software ray tracing on. Confirm. It's more solid now. That's better latency. The game's not looking as good as it did though. I don't really see a difference in it. I'm going to bump it back to high, I think. Or I'm sorry, quality level ultra, or what is this, custom? Or yeah, ultra. Let's try high. Yeah, that's still good. It's still good. I don't know. I don't really see a difference. I think it's just an unoptimized game. It sucks. Just bump everything again. I don't care. It's doing well. Yeah, what about automatic? Can I put it on ultra and then let you sit in automatic? Maybe automatic will fix it. Yeah, just cut it down for me when, or I don't know, you're in, yeah, you got 70 frames now. It doesn't look that good. It looks better than it did. But boy, it's not optimized. Oh yeah, I can dodge with the bow, huh? Well there. Oh, damn, I didn't want to do that, but it was free and I'll take it. Skeleton looks awesome. Fun as hell. I I like fighting the imps in low FOV up close and first person is fun as hell. You can just like way better than Daggerfall. Nope. Maybe if I get closer to the door, I could maybe rest. Yeah, it's not gonna let me do it. That's alright, I'm just gonna sit.
The violation total is based on how many teens are estimated to have been impacted by Meta's actions. And a huge thing is that this is just these 4 states. Meta is also facing lawsuits from dozens of others, mostly accusing the platform of violating the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. And then there's more we gotta dive into in just a minute, but first, let me thank a sponsor and say, I wanna give a shout out to all you beautiful bastards who have entered our weekly $500 SeatGeek giveaways. Because today's sponsor, SeatGeek, they've doled out nearly $60,000 to you guys to get you off the couch and into the comedy club, the stadium, a concert hall since 2024, and it's been really awesome to witness. And it still blows my mind that some still haven't done it, but summer's here and the events they're stacking up. Baseball, soccer, tours for Bruno Mars, Ariana Grande, or your favorite comedians. I mean, let's get out there. It's free to enter and it takes 2 seconds. All while SeatGeek, they're the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and tickets to over 70,000 events. So sports, music, comedy, theater, you name it. Like, go now, look for tickets to literally anything and just simply download the app or hit the link in the description and use code BILL10 for 10% off your purchase on SeatGeek. Then that's for new customers and old. Next, and this part is key, add that code to your SeatGeek account. That gets you your 10% off and enters you in for your chance to win the weekly $500 giveaway, no purchase required. And huge thing, for the SeatGeek vets out there, we'd never leave you out. Add code PHIL10 to your account and you're entered. Just scan that QR code or click the link below and add code PHIL10 and go make some memories. And then diving right back into the news with you, we've got to talk about this huge explosive diarrhea problem. Because right now you have a record number of people in Michigan who are suffering from a parasitic infection that causes explosive watery diarrhea. And those are the CDC's words, but also literally no one knows where it's coming from. So the parasite in question is called Cyclospora, and it typically spreads through produce and water that have been contaminated with human feces. In past US outbreaks, they've been caused when people consume fruits and vegetables that were irrigated with contaminated water. Though also, public health experts say that another major source can be the lack of toilets and sanitation stations at farms that grow produce. And while you've got some infected people reporting no issues at all, the CDC says that the most common symptom is that watery diarrhea with frequent and sometimes explosive bowel movements that can sometimes last for weeks. It's not your run-of-the-mill 12-hour regret after you had some midnight Taco Bell. And actually beyond that, other symptoms can include cramps, nausea, fatigue, loss of appetite, low-grade fever, and vomiting, all of which can last anywhere from several days to over a month. But the good news, I guess if you can call it that, is that these infections are rarely life-threatening. Because while you've got people with weakened immune systems more at risk, most symptoms resolve on their own, and the infection, it can typically be treated with antibiotics. And I also should note here, like, Cyclospora is not totally uncommon. It's actually a seasonal illness in the United States, with outbreaks usually taking place in the late spring and summer because the parasites favor warm, damp climates. And actually, thousands of Cyclospora illnesses are reported in the United States each year, and you had a CDC official telling reporters, even with the current outbreak, it's still unclear how unusual this year will be. But that's also kind of where the downplaying ends, because the official also noted that the national case total so far is 4 times higher than it was at the same time last year. And that's with us just going off of CDC and national data, which usually lags behind state reporting. For the CDC's most recent surveillance, it still says that there have only been 145 cases this year, which we know is objectively wrong because the data from states, it paints a very shitty picture. Michigan, as of yesterday, they had nearly 1,000 cases reported and at least 40 people have been hospitalized. That's the largest outbreak they've had in their entire history. They normally see around 50 cases a year. And it's by no means limited to Michigan. Northwest Ohio, which borders Michigan, they've also reported more than 500 cases. And nationally, as of mid-June, the CDC reported cases in 17 states. Though again, the national data lags way behind. It could be way worse and we just don't know it yet. That's why you've currently got public health investigations into similar illnesses in 28 other states. One of the biggest pains is that no one really knows what's causing this surge. Right, Cyclospora, if you look into it, it is notoriously hard to track. I mean, it can't be grown in a lab, and it's often just very difficult to figure out what food the sick people had in common, because it usually comes from a simple common ingredient, something like basil. And so then you're trying to figure out supply chains, both restaurants and grocery stores. So in the meantime, you have people just kind of looking back at history and going, okay, well, what do we know? It's often connected to contaminated fruits and vegetables, including salad, greens, raspberries, basil, cilantro, green onions, snow peas, among other things. So, wash your fruits and veggies really well, though, I mean, there's still a risk with raw produce. And also, cook your vegetables when you can, and when you're eating lettuce, buy whole heads instead of pre-washed bags and remove the outer 2 or 3 leaves before washing. Well, there's a whole other conversation to be had around experts attributing the increase that we're seeing here to both global
Cyclospora
warming and better detection. And on something that maybe is almost optimistic, health officials say that the chances of human-to-human transmission, those are low, and there's not currently any evidence that indicates that the parasite has evolved to become more infectious. So I imagine that that's probably not the most comforting information to have if you end up getting this and you're kind of stuck to a toilet bowl for maybe almost a month. But we then also have to talk about a different kind of shitstorm, the Maine Senate race. Because Graham Plattner is officially out of the running after being accused of sexual assault. And now you're seeing with the race to replace him underway, you got some right-wingers arguing that Democrats, they knowingly backed a monster while at the same time insisting that they must keep that monster in the race. And that's even as others, including none other than Donald Trump himself, having in some way come to Plattner's defense. They're seeming to suggest that the sexual assault allegation against him could just be made up. And while of course, at least right now, it is just an allegation, but it's widely been seen as a credible one. It's only the latest that's called Plattner's character into question. You've had him kind of just facing scandal after scandal since launching his candidacy last summer, including over social media posts dismissive
Any
of
luck
sexual
on
assault,
those
a tattoo that he had resembling a Nazi symbol,
There's a
sexually
fresh
explicit
bit
text
of-
messages that he sent to other women after he married
So
in
be it.
2023, and allegations of
Keep
toxic
looking
and
for
abusive
that
behavior by
wine.
ex-girlfriends.
Farewell.
And while his polling it stayed pretty strong here, and high-profile supporters, including Senator Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, stood by Plattner through those controversies, on Monday, that changed after one of those ex-girlfriends came forward with a new allegation, where she claimed that Plattner had not only mistreated her, but he had raped her, entered her home drunk and uninvited, and forced himself on her despite repeated objections. And so he then had a lot of the Dems who had supported him up to this point turning on him, calling on him to withdraw from the race. Right, and then the next day you had another one.
It's okay if you SA, but as long as you don't rape or whatever. But the minute you rape somebody,
One of the women who had
it's so disgusting.
already accused Plattner of getting physical with her, coming forward and claiming that he had removed condoms without consent during sex, or which is actually a practice known as stealthing that's also classified as a form of sexual assault in several countries. Though Plattner, throughout all this, he's denied the allegations of non-consensual behavior, and his campaign suggested that the allegations were politically motivated. But ultimately, Plattner decides there's really no coming back from this, at least in this election cycle. And while several of his closest advisors reportedly pleaded with him to strike a conciliatory tone in the announcement terminating his Senate campaign, Plattner reportedly told them that he'd only move forward with the announcement if he were allowed to say everything that he wanted. And it at least seems like he probably did that, because his video announcing his decision is more than 11 minutes long. And you have it starting off with Plattner again denying the allegations and then blaming the establishment and the system for essentially his campaign's demise.
A corporate media system
The corporate media
and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner. There is a reason that this is happening now. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot.
You're staying, aren't you? Of course you are.
That's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they are being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed.
And then from that, you had Plattner turning his attention to the process to replace him, saying that the process needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement and had it.
Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here. This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured that it is going to be open and democratic as we move forward.
But with all that, right now, it's really not clear exactly how this process is going to work. All we really know right now is that the Maine Democratic Party, they have until July 27th at 5 p.m. to decide, and they say that they're going to do this through a nominating convention held sometime before then. And actually with that, another big thing is that before announcing his suspension, Plattner reportedly told campaign staff on a call that he had, quote, asked for assurances from the Democratic Party that they will ensure a process for a replacement nominee that respects the will of the voters who voted for a different kind of politics. But then with that, you had the head of the Maine Democratic Party claiming that Plattner's team had repeatedly reached out to them in an attempt to, quote, put their thumb on the scale of the selection process, and adding, we have repeatedly reiterated to Graham Plattner's team that they have no role in determining our next Democratic nominee. And while that may be true, you also have a lot of people saying that they do need to be very careful with who they do pick, and also how they get that pick, because it would be a mistake to go with someone who doesn't represent the same values that Plattner professed. So now, what you're seeing, and by no means is this universal, you have a lot of his supporters, or maybe former supporters, they're rallying behind former state senator Troy Jackson. While a lot of people noted that his kind of most recent thing is that he had a failed bid for governor, he came third in the Democratic primary, you You have many saying that he might be kind of the perfect mix of a politician and a working class populist. Right? He's won elections before. He was actually Maine Senate president for a bit, and you've had him fighting for and running on lower prescription drug prices, passing universal school meals, protecting union jobs, expanding rural health care, delivering property tax relief, safeguarding the environment, and passing laws that would put power back in the hands of working Mainers. And his most recent post after announcing that he's throwing his hat in the ring was, "I'll be a vote for Medicare for all in the U.S. Senate." Susan Collins, on the other hand, recently helped advance $990 billion in Medicaid cuts so the richest Americans could get another tax break. But also, he's definitely not the only one. Or you've got other candidates, including, but not limited to, Nirav Shah, who's a former public health official who finished second in the Democratic primary for governor.
There's frames. There's really good solid frames. But I don't know. Let's see. Let's put the DLAA back on one more time and just see if there's that big of a difference. Yeah, I did lose like 30 frames. But it looks better. So... Battle Axe of Jinxing, damage, magical, and strike. That's way better, like the frames are better. Throwing the shadow soft off. Or low, I mean. Big cave. Free skooma. Drain agility 60 points, damage intelligence, fortify strength 60, fortify speed. Yeah, sure. We'll pop a skooma and a skeleton and go crazy on these fucking imps. It sounds good. I think that's what they want you to do. But I gotta wait for the mana to regen. Oh, I see. So... Oh, but you can't... Oh, you can. Oh, I see. So you have to go like 1 and then 2 and then click. Okay. Fuck a potion of fire shields, I don't care about that. Oops, got him. Where's the other one? I saw another one, didn't I? Yep. I like the imps. I think they're well made. Potion of healing. That's good because I've used some tonight. Okay, I think we're done here. Or maybe I didn't go down this one. No, I did. Okay, let's get the fudge out of here. No, that's not it. Damn it. Maybe some kind of puzzle, I just don't know what. I thought I saw something shiny under there, but no, it's just there. Or it might be water, I guess. No, that's not it, though. What's down in there? Nothing. Base Amulet of Reflection. Reflects spell on self, 14%. Warhammer of Frost. Ooh, look, this fucking Amulet of Reflection is worth 5,000 gold. Look, I got a really genuinely fucking awesome fucking thing. So, 1 in every 5 spells just bounce off me. It'll be funny when it happens. You see a boomerang effect, just boom, and it just bounces it back. They summon what? Okay. Summon ghosts. Ooh, summon ghosts. Ooh, 25 seconds. Nice. Summon ghost tone. Minor bound armor tone. Cool. Yeah. What the fuck was that? I guess I didn't do all of them. The skeleton hurts. Can I get a skeleton and a ghost at the same time? No, only one. But he's like impervious. He'll do really good damage, and he doesn't take damage from almost anything. So he's probably actually a better spell. Battle action damage magicka on strike. That is cool. Warhammer of Frost, but yeah, the fucking Amulet of Reflection was really worth coming in here to get. And the Summon Ghost Tome. So go back to minor bound armor tone. Was that everything? Yeah. And then let's fix the steel band. It comes to the magic. I want Summon Ghost. Oops. Summon Ghost on 6. And on 7, I could actually I could put Bound Armor. Oh man, Bound Armor might actually be a really good spell. I think I'd rather have Bound Armor on 2, and then on 7 we'll put Shield if I really need, like, or Protect. I mean, so if I really need it, and then 8 is Clairvoyance, and yeah, that's all my things. So this was the other side of the cave, I guess. Or no, this is like some corner of the cave that I hadn't explored yet. It had mad loot. I'm so glad I looked. Especially this fucking... How much money? Yeah, the ghost is expensive, and he doesn't last very long. But he doesn't die. And I can watch him fight. Can I summon him way over there, or is it always near me? Yeah, it's like always near me, I guess, but that's okay. This game is more fun than Mortal. Oh, the kitty's all tuckered out. How long does it last? 20 seconds. That's it. How long does the other one last, the protect spell? 30 seconds. 5% shield or bound cuirass, and it's always the best armor in the game. I think that's actually better for physical mitigation. It's expensive.
What do you want?
Oh, no.
Anyone looking for... You too.
I should pickpock him. Dead wolf. Shoot a knife. Gold and his house key. Can I take it all? No. Gold, house key. Where's your house? Where's your house, commoner? We'll find it sooner or later. I bet you're leaving your house, huh? Oh, yep. Look, it's almost like Beastmaster, though. Look, the ghost is a really good pet. Oh, look, he is a good pet. He paralyzed the wolf, I think. Oh, look, I'm a Beastmaster now. This game has a lot more depth than I remember. Like, Skyrim has this, but the pets suck. They, like, die instantly. But because they, like, redid all the stat waste to be appropriate in all this. It's like way better experience than Skyrim, I think. It's hard to say. What's that? I feel like there's monk shoulds everywhere, but I'll be able to do a lot of alchemy when I get it done. Way Shrine of Talos. That's good. Very good. I heard a pig somewhere. There you are. I don't really want threat on him. I love this game. It's like what I want RPGs to be. Why were they way better back then? They were like way less stingy about a game being good. They were like less stingy about it. They would just make it good. Is that an arrow just flew past me? The footstep volume is kind of loud.
And Secretary of State Shanna Bellows, who finished 4th in that primary. And then also, in the meantime, you have a lot of people, including many on the right, sort of echoing Plattner, suggesting that this is the establishment, that we're getting rid of a candidate that they think is no longer viable. So you're seeing people like conservative commentator Tommy Lahren being among those comparing this to what happened with the Dems in the last presidential election, writing, well, Maine Democrats, Biden, Plattner, saying the party of democracy props up shit candidates and pulls the rug and reinstalls as necessary. Plattner is trash, the Democratic Party is fraudulent. Though then also, with this, you have a lot of the conservative commentators also pretty much accepting the sexual assault allegation, actually arguing that the Dems were willing to accept this and Plattner's other controversies if they thought they could win. For example, the Republicans' Twitter account posting, every Democrat that endorsed Graham Plattner endorsed a rapist, and then adding in another post, Democrats are okay with predators like Graham Plattner until their poll numbers are down. And you also had Laura Trump telling Fox News,
we've known who Graham Plattner is for a long time, but the Democrat Party was willing to look the other way, all because they want so desperately to retain power and regain power. How can you possibly...
No, I can't get the loot out.
Trust a party that is basically willing to lie to you and tell you that this guy is okay.
And, you know, with all that, of course, there are a lot of people who are looking at Plattner's whole history now and questioning why so many people stuck by him. But then with that, one, you have a number of people saying, hey, the first specific sexual assault allegation against Plattner, it was made public on Monday. It's now Thursday. He's out of the race. But then also maybe more notably, two, your father-in-law is Donald Trump. And for the rest of the Trumplicans, the person you back every single day, you bend over backwards for to defend, is Donald Trump. A man who's in the Epstein files God knows how many times, has been accused of sexual misconduct multiple times over decades, and who's been found civilly liable for sexual abuse, which the judge clarified in practical everyday terms was rape. That's not me just throwing out a random thing. That is a judge saying it. And it is an administration that's filled with people like Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who not only has tattoos that have been linked by some to Christian nationalist and white supremacist movements, but also has been accused of sexual assault. There were those allegations detailed in a police report which didn't lead to charges, but he later paid the woman $50,000 reportedly to stay quiet. And of course, with all this, I'll note it, in all of these cases, with the notable exception being of the case in which a court of law found Trump sexually abused a woman, those are allegations. And that actually brings us to how another whole wave of reactions have kind of been not just focused on pointing that out, but really giving weight to the idea that the accusations against Plattner may be made up. And there, you had Trump, for example, saying,
it's really a question of whether or not you believe the woman. A lot of people
say big falsehoods.
You've also had the investigative outlet Dropsite News reporting that the first woman who accused Plattner also told Politico that she had messaged him that night that she needed her glute massage. So you had the Dropsite News reporter arguing that omitting this relevant detail was a shocking breach of journalistic ethics. Although there, you had others quickly firing back that this sounds more like an attempt at victim blaming, with one person writing, was she also wearing a short skirt? But ultimately, that is where we are right now, right? And there's a lot that it's gonna have to play out from here. And that ranges from the accusations against Plattner, if more comes out, if Plattner, outside of, running, defends or tries to defend himself.
Wanyandovik. Glance around here for any items or anything. Oh, doesn't appear so. In we go.
Even more. And then separate from that, who is the replacement? How are they picked? What's the public reaction to it? And I mean that both from the left and right, because as devastated as you're seeing a lot on the left right now, and there's even just like a lot of people angry at each other. On the right, something that you're seeing, though it's not a lot on the surface, it's kind of like reporting about behind the scenes, they're fucking furious. So much money and time has been spent on digging up stuff on Graham Plattner, getting ready to kind of destroy him before November. And now you have a number of them kind of seeing there being a risk of what if someone copy-pastes Plattner's public policy, but they don't have all the baggage. So seemingly one of the big things we're gonna be focusing on right now is how the Democrats get the nominee. That's gonna be a big part of the make or break in the situation, but for now, we'll have to wait and see. And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts. And then for your final block today, I've got more news you need to know, starting with the whole Nolan Wells situation. Because to start, you've got deleted text messages, an argument on the water, and a judge that's defending her son from accusations. And all of this is just blowing up since Nolan Wells' body was found earlier this week. And now you've got Ben Crump, the same lawyer who fought for George Floyd and Trayvon Martin, stepping in because Wells' family says that there are too many unanswered questions. Got them claiming that there's nothing right about this case.
You're trying to tell us just accept this an accident and sweep it under the rug. His mother, Christine, his father, Elmo, say no, they will not allow that to happen.
With all these questions and suspicions, you got a lot of people pointing fingers at Wells' friends, asking why they left him behind on the island in the first place. With one of the guys that he was with being the son of a judge in the area, she then went to Facebook to deny rumors about their involvement in all this, saying no one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation. And you had her claiming the kids had to leave the island that day because of an issue with their boat, and that Wells decided to stay and catch a ride with another group of friends. But then you also had Crump saying that Wells had a conversation with a girl who apparently had a different story.
They are conflicting. She's saying he went and got on the boat. They saying he didn't get on the boat. So which is it? And all we know is Nolan is dead.
And then with that, you've also got authorities asking for more information about a video that's been going around from that day, where you can hear what sounds like people arguing in the background. So right now, no one's confirmed who else is involved. And then on top of those issues, you're seeing some concern with Wells' phone, making things even more complicated for the family.
They're saying messages that were deleted from his cell phone, so they want to try to dot every I and cross every T. They're trying to look at what is that about. There's so many inconsistencies going on.
And also, under all of this, you're seeing the issue of race.
The family has some concerns about the state of Mississippi doing an investigation of the death of a young black man where young white students may be looked at as having some culpability.
When you look online, you're seeing a lot of people having those similar concerns, saying, I absolutely do not believe it was an accident. There should be a completely independent investigation because I do not trust Mississippi at all. And he was left behind on a Mississippi island. We love to preach equality until a black boy is the only one in the group, and then it's silent suspicion and accidents. And you now have Crump saying that they're flying the body to DC for an independent autopsy. And he's hoping that they're gonna get results back pretty soon. So for now, the case is to be continued. And then also in the news, you should know about Marsha Blackburn and her campaign ad that has a lot of people calling it blatantly racist, ignorant, and red scaremongering garbage.
How hard am I gonna crack down on China? Well, here's a clue.
Marsha Blackburn worked with President Trump to take on communist China.
It doesn't take a fortune cookie to figure it out. Here in Tennessee, we're going to stop communist China and protect Tennessee land.
Right, and Blackburn, if you're fortunate enough not to know, is a U.S. Senator out of Tennessee, and this year, she's running for governor. Right, and you had her campaign just getting $1 million boost in ads from the Tennessee Freedom Fund PAC, and apparently this was her first order of business with that money. With an ad that talks about her standing with Trump and hunting down communists, and the backlash we've seen has been pretty bad. Starting with, the imagery behind all this, people finding it just absolutely unironically hilarious. First, you have them pointing out that fortune cookies really aren't actually much of a thing in China, so that's really not helping her point. And the soy sauce on the table, it looks a lot like Kikkoman brand, which is Japanese. Also, the waving cat at the end, that's Japanese as well. And among other things, it had people saying things like, some TV ads are subtle and some, well, Hey, no one said racists were smart. And while, hey, yes, there is a lot to make fun of here, I do need to say, like, there is an impact behind these types of ads. One, unfortunately, there's a group of people out here that will just gobble this up like slop. Two, I mean, we saw violence against Asians on the rise following COVID when the president said, you know, this is a China virus. And the anti-immigration rhetoric and the legislation that he's been pushing even more in his second term, that's not helping the problem either. And so despite, you know, how ridiculous and clownish a lot of these people are and what they do can be, we also then need to appreciate and acknowledge that ads like this, they fuel an issue that can lead to very real harm in communities across the country. But then last up in the news for you today, we got an update on the Charlie Kirk case. Because with his family reportedly asking for the release of video footage and other evidence against Tyler Robinson in the case to be made public. Their attorneys saying they believe strongly that if the evidence is being admitted in this preliminary hearing, it should be made public for the world to see. Adding that to not be transparent here, to not be open, to not let the world see what happened will create doubt and mistrust in the judicial system. And notably, this evidence would include an interview with Robinson's roommate, Lance Twiggs, who was first interviewed back in September and eventually granted use immunity. But then with this, you've got Robinson's defense attorney arguing that making the interview public could threaten his right to a fair trial. And he also had the same concern about Discord chats and text messages that would come out with that as well, saying prosecutors could frame it all as a confession, although he claims that they're just statements made by an individual. But then you have the judge on the case actually ordering prosecutors to prepare an edited version of the interview that, quote, contained only the excerpts he is considering publishing. With that, they actually played parts of the interview in court earlier today. They also exposed some Discord messages that Robinson sent to friends, along with other communications that he had with Twiggs. And most of that's already
30 pounds, but I mean, frost damage on strike is so strong for how much damage it actually does. And it's good for ghosts, although 30 pounds. It did kill this ghost, and well, I don't know, I like it. It's a good weapon. This place full of ghosts. That hurt him. I got a crit. Nice. Marksman at 38.
made its way to the public, but as far as, you know, what else may come out, we still aren't sure. And really, whatever happens here, it's going to be big, both for like the court of public opinion about what's happening online and in like the real world, and then also how does that impact the actual court case moving forward. But hey, that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Thursday show. Thank you for watching. I got more you can watch right here. You can click or tap. I got links in the description as well. My name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back.
Phil, Mitch McConnell's probably dead, and I'm not allowed to talk about it on most platforms. But I'm going to try to talk about it on this platform because this isn't fucking TikTok. Am I deep enough? Was I deep enough in? Was I allowed to curse this soon?
I think you're fine.
I'm being silenced everywhere because I want to tap dance, and nobody wants me to tap dance. People are like, oh...
Who watched this? Ooh,
what's your name?
Here's the Charlie Kirk roommate interview.
Full name with middle name or just first and last? First and last is fine. Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs. And do you know Tyler Robinson? Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk? Yes. And would you say when you first met Tyler? I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person. Okay. And will you describe your relationship with Tyler when you first met him, anyway?
I'm gonna feed my cat.
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate, so I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone?
No,
Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we got recorded. Okay, so again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. They're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you don't owe me my mic, but that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right. Is that mic off?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived when on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
Gotta pee, I'll be right back.
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
Or no, maybe the video is just muted or something?
Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early.
Fuck, I missed
I heard him leaving, and he just said he had
I'm sorry about that. I missed some of the commentary, so we're gonna go back. Get my headphones on here. Okay.
Just September 10th.
Oops. I wish there was a shortcut to the sound menu. I use it so much, I wish I could just macro to it. I'm sure there is, but I don't care to learn it. There we go.
Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when like an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
You mind? I hit it right in front of your laptop.
Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably like 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day?
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that, like, automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.?
Yeah.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family, and he asked me for if we...
I have a question for the AI. In EVE Online, what DPS frigates or destroyers have high insurance that make them almost free? Is there any ships in the game at all that have really high insurance?
We had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where Dremel was, and I told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember, because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been, I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay. Right. You talked about the note that he left.
I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there? Yeah. What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize
Beautiful kitty.
this series of messages here?
Yeah, you can look at it if you want. That's what he said.
Yeah, that was the server of his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally. Who are these people?
This is his friend group. They played D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Go to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. So how do I unmute that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
These other people are just others on the members of the server.
Yes.
Judge, Marina, DM. Yes.
Yeah, DM means Dungeon Master. So these are most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be